Hey, welcome back to the channel. Today I'll be reading some new Reddit stories for you to relax, sleep, study, or just as some background noise. If you enjoy, I would appreciate if you could subscribe and like the video. And now let's get started. Story 1. I never knew my grandfather very well. He passed away when I was 12, and most of my memories of him are fragmented snapshots of a quiet man who spent hours in his basement workshop. My parents would drop me off at his house sometimes on weekends, and while they ran errands, I would sit upstairs watching television, while strange metallic sounds echoed from below. He rarely came up to check on me, and when he did, he would simply nod, offer me a glass of juice, and disappear back downstairs. I thought he was just another lonely old man with a boring hobby. 20 years later, I inherited his house. My grandmother had lived there alone after he died, but she eventually moved to a nursing home. The house sat empty for months while we sorted through the estate. I was the only grandchild who lived nearby, so the responsibility of cleaning it out fell to me. I wasn't looking forward to it. The place was stuck in time, filled with decades of accumulated possessions, outdated furniture, and the musty smell of abandonment. I started with the main floors, boxing up clothes, kitchen items, and knickknacks. My grandmother had been a collector of porcelain figurines, and there were hundreds of them. Each room took days to sort through. I kept putting off the basement, remembering it as a dark, cluttered space that had always seemed off-limits during my childhood visits. But eventually, I ran out of excuses and descended the wooden stairs, pulling the chain on the bare bulb that illuminated the concrete steps. The basement was larger than I remembered, stretching the entire length of the house. The workshop area was in the back corner, separated by a makeshift wall of pegboard and shelving units. As I approached it, I noticed something I had never seen as a child. The workbench was immaculate. Tools hung in perfect order on the pegboard, each outline traced in marker, so you knew exactly where each piece belonged. There were dozens of locks mounted on wooden blocks, each one different. Some looked ancient, with ornate brass faceplates and heavy iron mechanisms. Others were sleek and modern, all steel and precision engineering. I picked up one of the locks, a hefty thing that must have weighed 5 pounds. It was a puzzle lock, I realized, with multiple rotating discs that needed to align in a specific pattern. I fumbled with it for a few minutes before setting it down. Under the workbench, I found boxes and boxes of keys. Thousands of them. They were organized by type and size in small compartment boxes, like the ones used for fishing tackle. Each key had a tiny tag attached with a number, written in my grandfather's careful handwriting. On the wall beside the workbench, I noticed a filing cabinet I had somehow missed. It was locked. Naturally. I spent 20 minutes searching for a key before I realized one of the tools on the pegboard was a lockpick set. I had never picked a lock before, but I found an instruction booklet in one of the workbench drawers. My grandfather had written notes in the margins, corrections and tips in his cramped script. It took me almost an hour, but I finally felt the mechanism give way, and the drawer slid open. Inside were ledgers. Dozens of leather-bound ledgers, each one filled with entries in my grandfather's handwriting. I pulled out the first one and opened it to a random page. The entry read like a technical manual, describing the internal mechanism of a specific lock model, its weaknesses, and the best approach for non-destructive entry. But at the end of each entry, there was something else. A date, a location, and a brief note. The note for this particular entry read, "Helped Mrs. Patterson regain access to her late husband's safe. Found the will." She wept with relief. I sat down on my grandfather's workshop stool and started reading from the beginning. The first ledger dated back to 1952, when my grandfather would have been in his early 20s. The entries were sparse at first, mostly about locks he had studied and practiced on. But by the mid-1950s, a pattern emerged. People were coming to him for help. A woman locked out of her apartment with a sick child inside, a veteran who had forgotten the combination, to a footlocker containing his discharge papers and medals. A small business owner whose employee had quit without returning keys, and the locks needed to be changed immediately. My grandfather had helped them all. Sometimes he charged a small fee, but often the entries noted no payment requested or payment in trade. One entry from 1959 described helping an elderly couple who had been locked out of their home during a snowstorm. He had driven across town in dangerous conditions, picked their lock in minutes, and refused payment. The note at the end said, "They gave me a box of Christmas cookies Mary had made. Best cookies I ever tasted." As I read through the decades of entries, a picture of my grandfather emerged that I had never known existed. He wasn't just a locksmith. He was the person people called when they were desperate, when they had exhausted all other options, when they needed help, but couldn't afford the high prices of commercial locksmiths. He worked odd hours, traveled to remote locations, and solved problems that seemed impossible to others. One entry from 1967 caught my attention. It was longer than usual, spanning several pages. A family had contacted him because their grandfather had died and left behind an antique safe that no one could open. The combination had been lost decades ago. Inside, the family believed, were important documents and possibly items of significant financial value. Commercial locksmiths had quoted thousands of dollars to drill the safe open, which would destroy it. The safe itself was a family heirloom, ornate and beautiful, and they desperately wanted to preserve it. My grandfather had spent 3 weeks studying that particular model of safe. He had tracked down original patents and manufacturing documents. He had contacted other locksmiths around the country who might have experience with similar models. Finally, he had developed a technique using a medical stethoscope and an incredible amount of patience to feel the internal mechanisms and work out the combination. It took him 6 hours of continuous work, but he opened that safe without leaving a scratch on it. Inside, they found documents that proved the family's claim to a piece of property that had been in dispute for years. The safe also contained a collection of rare coins, worth a considerable amount. The family had tried to pay my grandfather a percentage of the value, but he had refused, accepting only his standard fee. The note at the end of this entry was different from the others. It read, "Sometimes the best payment is knowing you helped preserve something important." That safe had been in their family for 4 generations. It will be there for 4 more. I spent the entire day reading through those ledgers. Each entry was a small story, a moment where my grandfather had used his skills to help someone in need. There were dramatic entries about helping police gain access to buildings during emergencies, and quiet entries about helping shut-ins who had lost their only key to the outside world. There were entries about helping young couples locked out on their wedding night, and solemn entries about helping families access the possessions of deceased loved ones. But it was the entries from the 1980s that really shocked me. My grandfather had apparently become known in certain circles as the person who could open anything. He received requests from museums to help access historical artifacts sealed in corroded containers. He consulted on bank security systems, pointing out weaknesses and suggesting improvements. He even helped the local historical society access a time capsule that had been sealed improperly and could not be opened without destroying its contents. One entry from 1985 described what my grandfather called his greatest challenge. A woman had contacted him about a puzzle box she had inherited from her father, who had inherited it from his father. The box had been in the family for over a century, but no one remembered how to open it. It was made of intricately carved wood, with no visible hinges or seams. The family legend said it contained something of great importance, but no one alive knew what. My grandfather had examined the box for hours before he even attempted to open it. He had photographed it from every angle, measured every dimension, and studied the carving patterns for hidden clues. He had researched similar puzzle boxes in libraries and museums. Finally, after 2 months of study, he had figured out the sequence. The box required a specific series of pressure points to be pressed in exact order, while simultaneously sliding certain carved panels in specific directions. The entry described it as a 3-dimensional combination lock, disguised as decorative art. When the box finally opened, it revealed a collection of letters written by the woman's great-great-grandmother during the Civil War. The letters had never been sent, and they described her experiences in vivid detail. They were historically significant, and the woman had eventually donated them to a museum where they became part of an exhibition on women's experiences during the war. My grandfather's note at the end of this entry was simple. Some locks protect more than valuables. They protect memories and history. Opening them is a sacred responsibility. As the sun began to set, I realized I had been in the basement for over 8 hours. I had barely scratched the surface of the ledgers. There were at least 30 more volumes documenting decades of work. I carefully closed the one I was reading and looked around the workshop with new eyes. This wasn't just a hobby. This had been my grandfather's calling, his way of contributing to the world. I noticed a locked drawer in the workbench that I hadn't examined yet. Using the skills I had just learned from picking the filing cabinet, I managed to open it in about 15 minutes. Inside was a wooden box, and inside that box was a letter addressed to me. The envelope was yellowed with age, and my name was written in my grandfather's distinctive handwriting. My hands trembled as I opened it. The letter was dated just a few weeks before my grandfather died. He wrote that he had always intended to teach me his craft, but cancer had stolen that opportunity. He had watched me as a child and seen the same curiosity and patience that had drawn him to locks. He apologized for being distant, explaining that he had been in pain and hadn't wanted me to remember him that way. He had spent his final months organizing his workshop and his records, hoping that someday I would find them and understand. The letter went on to explain his philosophy. Locks, he wrote, are not barriers. They are promises. A promise to protect what is valuable. A promise to keep safe what is precious. A promise that only the right person, at the right time, will gain access. A locksmith, he believed, was a keeper of promises. When you help someone open a lock, you are helping them fulfill a promise or access something that is rightfully theirs. It is a position of trust and responsibility. He encouraged me to learn the craft, not as a profession necessarily, but as a skill that would allow me to help others the way he had. He wrote that the modern world was moving toward electronic locks and digital security, but mechanical locks would never fully disappear. There would always be old safes, antique boxes, inherited locked trunks, and forgotten combinations. There would always be people who needed help accessing the past. The letter ended with instructions. The key to the house itself was a special one he had designed, nearly impossible to copy. He had made only 3. One was attached to the letter. The second was in a safety deposit box at a local bank, the information for which was included. The third he had given to someone he trusted, but he didn't say who. The house, he wrote, was now mine to do with as I wished. But he hoped I would keep the workshop intact, continue his work in some form, and perhaps teach others as he had planned to teach me. I sat in that basement workshop until long after dark, crying for a grandfather I had never really known, and for the opportunity to learn from him that had been stolen by time and circumstance. But mixed with the grief was something else. A sense of purpose, of connection to something larger than myself. I thought about all the people my grandfather had helped over the decades, all the problems solved, all the relief and joy he had brought into the world through such a simple thing as opening locks. Over the next several months, I cleared out the rest of the house, but I left the workshop exactly as it was. I began studying the ledgers in earnest, reading every entry, learning from my grandfather's notes and observations. I ordered books on locksmithing, watched online tutorials, and practiced on the locks my grandfather had mounted on his workbench. It was harder than I expected. Locks that he described opening in minutes took me hours. Techniques that seemed simple in writing required incredible precision and patience in practice. But gradually I improved. I started with simple pin tumbler locks, then moved to more complex mechanisms. I learned to pick locks by feel, to understand the internal components without seeing them, to listen to the subtle clicks and movements that indicated progress. I discovered that my grandfather was right about the patience. Locksmithing was not about force or speed. It was about understanding, about working with the mechanism rather than against it. After about 6 months of practice, I felt confident enough to help someone else. An elderly neighbor mentioned that she had a jewelry box her mother had given her, but she had lost the key years ago. I offered to try opening it. It took me almost an hour, far longer than it would have taken my grandfather, but I managed it without damaging the lock. Inside were pieces of costume jewelry. Nothing valuable, but the woman cried when she saw them. They reminded her of her mother, she said, and she had thought they were lost forever. That was when I understood what my grandfather had tried to explain in his letter. The value wasn't in the items themselves. It was in the access, the memory, the connection to the past. I had given this woman something precious, and it had cost me nothing but time and patience. I began offering my services quietly, mostly to people I knew or people they referred. I didn't advertise, and I charged very little, just enough to cover my time and any supplies I needed. Like my grandfather, I found that the real payment was in helping people solve problems that had seemed insurmountable. A young couple who bought a house with a locked shed and no key. An antique dealer who acquired a roll-top desk with a jammed lock. A college student whose dorm room lock had broken, trapping her belongings inside. Each job taught me something new. I started adding my own entries to my grandfather's ledgers, continuing the tradition he had started 70 years earlier. I noted the type of lock, the challenge it presented, the solution I found, and the outcome for the person I helped. I tried to write the way my grandfather had, technical but also human, acknowledging that every lock protected something that mattered to someone. One day, I received a call from a woman who said she had been given my number by someone who said I could help with difficult locks. She had inherited a trunk from her grandmother, a heavy old steamer trunk with a complex lock system. Multiple locksmiths had looked at it and said the only option was to drill it out. But the trunk itself was beautiful, covered in travel stickers from the 1920s and 30s, and she didn't want to damage it. I agreed to look at it. When I saw the trunk, I recognized it immediately from my grandfather's ledgers. He had worked on an identical trunk in 1978. The entry had detailed notes about the lock mechanism, which was designed to be nearly impossible to pick without specific knowledge of its internal construction. My grandfather had spent weeks researching the manufacturer and had finally found technical drawings in an archive. Using those drawings, he had created a specialized tool to manipulate the internal mechanism. I went back to his workshop and found the tool exactly where his diagram said it would be, hanging on the pegboard in a spot labeled with a code number that matched his ledger entry. I brought it back to the woman's house and used it exactly as my grandfather had described. The trunk opened with a satisfying click. Inside were photographs, letters, and a wedding dress carefully preserved in tissue paper. The woman sat on her floor and went through each item, telling me stories about her grandmother that the items brought back to her memory. As I drove home that day, I thought about the chain of connection. My grandfather had developed a solution to a problem in 1978. 47 years later, that solution had helped someone else with the same problem. The knowledge had been preserved, passed down, and remained useful. How many other problems had my grandfather solved that were still relevant today? How many times would his careful notes and specialized tools help people in the future? I started thinking bigger. My grandfather had worked alone, and when he died, his knowledge had nearly been lost. What if I could prevent that from happening again? I began reaching out to other locksmiths, particularly older ones who had specialized knowledge. I offered to document their techniques, to create the same kind of detailed records my grandfather had kept. Some were suspicious, worried I was trying to steal trade secrets, but others understood. They had their own collections of notes and specialized tools, and they worried about what would happen to that knowledge when they retired or passed away. Slowly, I built a network. Locksmiths from across the region began contributing to what we started calling the archive. We documented unusual locks, rare mechanisms, historical techniques, and specialized solutions. We shared information freely within the group, understanding that our goal was not to protect secrets, but to preserve knowledge. When someone encountered a lock they couldn't open, they could consult the archive. Often, someone had dealt with that exact lock, or something similar decades ago, and their notes provided the solution. The archive grew beyond just locksmiths. We had historians contribute information about period locks, museum curators share details about historical mechanisms, and collectors provide access to rare locks. For study and documentation, what started as a continuation of my grandfather's personal ledgers became a comprehensive resource. I continued working from my grandfather's workshop, which I had expanded and updated while keeping the original workbench and tools exactly as he had left them. Sometimes I would sit at that bench late at night, practicing a particularly difficult technique, and I would feel his presence. Not in a supernatural way, but in the sense that his knowledge surrounded me, his tools were in my hands, and his philosophy guided my work. The greatest validation came 3 years after I had started this journey. I received a call from a museum curator who said they had found my name in some old records. In the 1990s, my grandfather had consulted on the security system for a historical exhibit. He had made recommendations that were implemented, and he had also created a backup access system in case the primary locks failed. The museum had recently discovered that the primary system was indeed failing, but they had lost the documentation for the backup system my grandfather had created. I searched through his ledgers and found the entry. He had anticipated that the electronic systems popular in the 90s might not last as long as mechanical ones. He had created a completely mechanical backup that would still function even if the electronics failed. His notes included detailed diagrams and instructions. Using those notes, I was able to help the museum regain access to the exhibit without damaging any of the historical items or the display cases. The curator told me that the exhibit included documents signed by Abraham Lincoln. If they had been forced to drill out the cases, there was a risk of damage from debris or vibration. My grandfather's backup system and his careful documentation had protected artifacts of national significance. I added an entry to the ledgers describing how a system he had created 30 years ago had fulfilled its purpose exactly as he had intended. As I wrote that entry, I realized something profound. My grandfather's work hadn't ended when he died. It continued through the systems he created, the knowledge he documented, and now through the people like me who carried on his philosophy. Locks outlast people. Well-made locks can function for centuries. The knowledge of how to work with them, how to preserve them, how to help people access what they protect, that knowledge is equally enduring if we choose to preserve and share it. I still work from his workshop several times a week. I still add entries to his ledgers, and I still feel the weight of responsibility that he described in his letter. Every time I help someone open a lock, I am keeping a promise to use knowledge to help rather than harm, to preserve rather than destroy, to connect people with their past and their possessions. It's a simple thing, really, opening locks. But in that simplicity, there is profound meaning. My grandfather understood that. And now, finally, so do I. Story 2. I've been working the graveyard shift at a gas station on Route 47 for about 3 years now. It's one of those old-style stations with actual attendance, the kind you don't see much anymore. We're the only thing open for about 30 miles in either direction, between midnight and 6 in the morning, which means we get some interesting traffic. When I first started, my manager told me to keep an incident log for insurance purposes. Document anything unusual, he said. Well, I took that advice and ran with it, but not in the way he probably intended. I keep a personal journal of the regular strange customers who pass through during my shift. Not the normal travelers, not the truckers, not the people having car trouble. I'm talking about the ones who show up like clockwork, week after week, month after month, always ordering the same things, always acting just a bit off in ways I can't quite explain. I started writing about them because the nights get long and lonely, and it helped me stay awake. But over time, I've noticed patterns that I can't quite explain. Let me tell you about some of them. There's a woman I call the Coffee Lady. She drives a pristine 1987 Mercedes sedan, always perfectly clean, despite the rural roads around here. She arrives every Tuesday and Friday, at exactly 2:17 in the morning. I know this because I've checked the timestamp on the security footage. Not 2:15, not 2:20, 2:17. She comes in, buys a large black coffee, pays with exact change from a small leather purse, and leaves. She has never once varied this routine in 3 years. What makes her strange isn't the routine itself. Plenty of people are creatures of habit. It's the fact that she never ages. I mean that literally. I've been watching this woman twice a week for 3 years, and she looks exactly the same as she did on day 1. Same hairstyle, same clothes, same makeup. At first I thought maybe she just took really good care of herself, but then I pulled out my old phone and looked at photos I had accidentally captured when she was in the background. Identical. Down to the position of every hair, the exact shade of her lipstick, the same small scuff on her left shoe. I tried talking to her once, asking her where she was headed so early in the morning. She smiled politely and said she had a long drive ahead. Her voice was pleasant but completely neutral, like a recording. I asked her what kind of work required such early hours. She said she preferred to drive at night. Then she took her coffee and left. The conversation felt scripted, rehearsed. Since then, I've stopped trying to engage her beyond the basic transaction. She doesn't seem to mind. Then there's the inventory man. He's maybe in his 60s, always wearing the same tan jacket, regardless of the weather. He shows up about once a month, always on a Sunday, always between 3 and 4 in the morning. He doesn't buy anything. Instead, he walks every single aisle of our small store, looking at the products. Not shopping, not considering purchases. Looking. He carries a small notebook and occasionally writes something down. Sometimes he'll pick up a product, examine it closely, and put it back exactly where he found it. The first few times this happened, I thought maybe he was comparing prices for a competing store or doing some kind of market research, but he never takes photos, and his notes are always brief. One night, curiosity got the better of me, and I tried to peek at his notebook. When he set it down to examine a can of soup, the page was filled with numbers and symbols I didn't recognize. Not prices, not product codes. Something else entirely. When I asked him if he needed help finding anything, he looked genuinely surprised, as if he had forgotten I was there. He said he was just looking, that he found it relaxing. Then he finished his circuit of the store and left, never having purchased a single item. I checked the security footage once and timed him. His route through the store takes him exactly 11 minutes, and he follows the exact same path every time, even turning his head to look at products at the exact same spots. There's a younger guy, probably mid-20s, who I call the snack collector. He drives different cars, which initially made me think he was several different people. But it's definitely the same guy. I recognized a distinctive scar on his left hand. He comes in every few weeks, always between 4 and 5 in the morning, and buys exactly one of every snack item we have. Not every type, but literally 1 unit of every individual snack product in the store. We stock maybe 40 different snack items. Chips, candy bars, cookies, jerky, nuts, everything. He methodically goes through and selects one of each, checking them off on a list on his phone. If we're out of stock on something, he'll ask me when we're getting more in. Then he pays, loads everything into whichever car he's driving, and leaves. I've never seen him eat any of it. The shopping itself seems to be the point. I once asked him if he was stocking up for a long trip or something. He said no. He just liked to collect them. I asked what he did with them all. He got this faraway look in his eyes and said he archived them. I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't ask for clarification because something about the way he said it made me uncomfortable. He's always polite, always pays without issue, but there's something slightly off about his mannerisms. His movements are very precise, almost mechanical. The Map Man is probably my favorite of the strange regulars, even though he's possibly the weirdest. He's an older gentleman, maybe 70, with wild white hair and glasses held together with tape. He arrives irregularly, maybe every 6 to 8 weeks, always driving a beat-up Volvo station wagon absolutely packed with papers. He comes in, buys a specific combination of items, a large coffee, a package of powdered donuts, and a bottle of water, then asks if he can use our bathroom. While he's in the bathroom, which he occupies for exactly 15 minutes, I've noticed that his car is filled with maps. Not GPS units, not phone maps, but actual paper maps. Topographical maps, road maps, old historical maps, hand-drawn maps. They're scattered across every surface of his car, pinned to makeshift boards, annotated with different colored markers. The few times I've been able to see them clearly, they seem to show this area, but with strange additions. Symbols I don't recognize. Lines connecting various points, notes written in tiny handwriting. After he uses the bathroom, he always thanks me very sincerely, as if I'd done him some great favor, beyond just letting him use the facilities. Then he sits in his car for exactly 10 minutes, looking at maps with a flashlight, before he drives away. I have no idea what he's doing, or where he's going. The strange part is that he always seems to be coming from the same direction, and leaving in the same direction, which would mean he's driving in a circle that takes him 6 to 8 weeks to complete. There's a woman I call the Flower Lady. She shows up every Wednesday at 1:30 in the morning, driving a small pickup truck. She always buys the same things: 2 bottles of water, a bag of ice, and whatever fresh flowers we happen to have. We're not exactly known for our floral selection, usually just a bucket of cheap bouquets near the register, but she always buys whatever's there. If there are no flowers, she seems genuinely disappointed, but still buys the water and ice. She's always wearing gardening clothes, dirt under her fingernails, mud on her boots, at 1:30 in the morning. I asked her once if she was coming from work, and she said something about how plants don't follow human schedules. I thought maybe she worked at a nursery or a farm, but there's nothing like that around here. The nearest commercial greenhouse is over 50 miles away. And why would she be buying flowers if she works with plants? One night, I noticed that the flowers she bought the previous week were in the bed of her truck, still fresh, still arranged in their bouquets, sitting in buckets of water. So she wasn't planting them or giving them away. She was just collecting them, keeping them in her truck. When I saw that, I stopped asking questions. Some mysteries are better left alone. The postcard man is relatively new, only been coming around for about 8 months. He's middle-aged, nondescript, the kind of person you'd forget as soon as they left. He comes in every other Thursday around 3 in the morning and asks if we sell postcards. We do. A small, rotating rack of local tourist attractions. Though why anyone would want a postcard of a barn or a sunset over a cornfield is beyond me. He buys every single postcard on the rack. Every time. I have to restock them after each of his visits. He pays cash, takes the postcards, and leaves. I got curious and started paying attention to what he does with them. He sits in his car in our parking lot and writes on them. I can see him through the window, writing carefully on each one, then placing it in a box. He does this for about an hour, then drives away. I've never seen him mail any of them. The postcards just go into the box in his passenger seat, which gets fuller and fuller each time I see him. Who is he writing to? Why buy postcards of places he's presumably already at or near? Why write them all in a gas station parking lot at 3 in the morning? I don't have answers, and I'm not sure I want them. Then there's the reading man. This guy shows up almost every night, though not at consistent times. Always between midnight and 5, but the exact time varies. He's probably in his 40s, always dressed business casual, like he's coming from or going to an office. He buys a coffee and a candy bar, then sits in one of our 2 small tables and reads. Not on a phone or tablet. Actual books. Hardcover books. Different ones each time. What makes him strange is that he reads the same way every time. He sits perfectly upright, never slouches, turns pages at almost metronomic intervals. I've timed it before. 1 page every 45 seconds. Like clockwork. No variation, whether the page has lots of text or just a little. Every 45 seconds, a page turns. He never reacts to what he's reading. No smiles, no frowns, no visible emotion. Just steady, mechanical reading. After exactly 1 hour, he closes the book, throws away his coffee cup, pockets the candy bar wrapper, and leaves. The book goes with him. He's never reading the same book twice, at least not that I've seen. I asked him once what he was reading, just making conversation. He showed me the cover. It was a mystery novel I'd never heard of. I asked if it was good. He said all books were equally valuable. That phrasing stuck with me. Not that all books were equally good or interesting, equally valuable. Like he was mining them for something. There's a pair of teenagers I call the Whisperers. They show up together every Saturday at 4 in the morning, driving a different car each time. Always a different make and model. They come in, buy energy drinks and candy, and stand in the corner by the magazine rack, whispering to each other. They whisper for exactly 20 minutes, then leave. They never look at the magazines. They never raise their voices above a whisper. I've tried to eavesdrop, but I can never make out what they're saying. The strange thing is that they seem to be arguing based on their body language. Aggressive gestures, shaking heads, pointing. But it's all done in whispers, and their facial expressions never change. They maintain these neutral, almost blank expressions, while their hands and bodies express agitation. It's deeply unsettling. Once, I asked them if everything was okay, and they both turned to look at me in perfect unison and smiled. Identical smiles, synchronized perfectly. Then they went back to whispering. I never asked again. The phone man is one of the most frequent visitors. He shows up 3 or 4 times a week, random times, always between midnight and dawn. He pulls into the parking lot, doesn't come inside, just sits in his car making phone calls. Call after call after call. I can see him through the window, talking animatedly, sometimes appearing to argue, sometimes laughing. This goes on for hours sometimes. The weird part is that I've never seen him actually holding a phone. His hands are always empty. He's making the gestures of someone on a phone call, holding his hand up to his ear, but there's nothing there. At first, I thought maybe he had a hands-free system or earbuds, but I walked past his car once during a trash run, and I could hear him talking. There was no one responding, just him, talking into the silence, pausing as if listening to responses, then continuing the conversation. He does this for 2 or 3 hours, then drives away. There's an elderly Asian man I call the counter. He comes in every 10 days or so, walks in without looking at me, goes straight to the automotive section, and starts counting things. Oil bottles, windshield washer fluid containers, air fresheners. He counts each category, writes something in a small notebook, then moves to the next category. He does this for the entire store. Food items, drinks, magazines, everything. It takes him about an hour. When he's done, he bows slightly to me, the first acknowledgement that I exist, and leaves without buying anything. I have no idea what his count is for, or why it matters. The numbers must change since we restock, but that doesn't seem to bother him. He just counts, records, bows, and leaves. The precision of his routine is almost meditative. I've started to find it calming, actually, watching him methodically work his way through the store. The backwards. De Walkirk is exactly what the name suggests. There's a woman, maybe 35, who shows up about once a month. She parks her car, gets out, and walks backwards into the store. Not awkwardly stumbling backwards, but moving with complete confidence, as if she can see behind her perfectly. She navigates around displays, avoids other customers if there are any, and makes it to the counter without ever turning around. She orders, still facing away from me, usually just a soda. I have to walk around the counter to take her money, because she holds it out behind her. Then she walks backwards back to her car, gets in, and drives away normally. I've watched the security footage in reverse just to see, and it looks like a normal person walking forward. But in real time, it's deeply strange. She's never hit anything, never tripped. It's like she has eyes in the back of her head. There's a man I call the apology man. He's probably 50, always looks tired, always wearing a rumpled suit. He comes in every few weeks, buys coffee, and then apologizes. Not just to me, to everything. He apologizes to the door for opening it, to the coffee machine for using it, to the counter for setting his money on it, to the bags for taking one, to the air for breathing it. He does all of this in complete seriousness, a genuine apologetic tone for each one. I thought it was a joke the first time, but he's been doing it for 2 years. Always the same sincere apologies to inanimate objects and abstract concepts. When he leaves, he turns around at the door and apologizes to the store itself for disturbing it. I feel bad for him. He seems genuinely distressed, like he believes he's causing harm just by existing. I've tried to tell him he doesn't need to apologize, but he just apologizes for making me feel like I needed to say that. Then there's the receipt collector. This guy comes in every Sunday at 5 in the morning, right when my shift is almost over. He's young, maybe early 20s, always wearing a backpack. He buys a single pack of gum, pays with a card, and asks for a receipt. Nothing weird yet, right? Except he then asks if he can have the receipts from the trash. I said sure the first time, not thinking much of it. He went through the trash can near the register and collected every receipt he could find, carefully smoothing them out and putting them in his backpack. Now it's part of our routine. I save the receipts for him in a box. He comes in, buys his gum, and takes the week's worth of receipts. He always thanks me very seriously, like I'm doing him a tremendous favor. I asked him once what he does with them. He said he was preserving moments. I didn't know what to make of that. The coin sorter is a woman who comes in irregularly, maybe twice a month. She parks, comes in, and asks if she can use our counter to sort her change. She has jars and jars of coins in her car. She brings them in one at a time and sorts them meticulously on our counter, making piles of each denomination. This takes hours. She always comes between 2 and 4 in the morning when it's slow, and she's always very apologetic about taking up space. The thing is, she never does anything with the sorted coins. She just sorts them, stares at the piles for a few minutes, then unsorts them back into the jar and takes it to her car. Then she brings in another jar and does it again. I watched her do this with 5 different jars once, each time sorting and then unsorting. When I asked her about it, she said she just needed to make sure they were all there. All of what? All the coins? She just nodded and continued sorting. There's a man I call the light checker. He drives a van filled with equipment, comes in about once a week, and asks if he can check our lights. He's not an electrician as far as I know, doesn't work for the power company, just a guy who checks lights. He has various devices, meters and sensors, that he uses to measure the lights in our parking lot and inside the store. He writes down readings in a log book, thanks me, and leaves. I asked my manager about him once, thinking maybe it was some kind of official inspection. My manager had no idea who I was talking about. I showed him the security footage. My manager just shrugged and said as long as he was not bothering anyone, it was fine. So the light checker continues his rounds, measuring luminosity or color temperature, or whatever it is he measures, logging it all carefully, part of some project I'll never understand. The story starter is a younger woman, maybe late 20s, who comes in every couple of weeks. She buys coffee and a notebook, then sits at one of our tables and writes. But she only writes the first page. I've seen her do this dozens of times. She writes furiously for about 20 minutes, fills one page with tiny handwriting, then tears it out, folds it carefully, puts it in her pocket, and leaves. The notebook never gets more than that one page used before she starts a new one. I asked her once if she was a writer. She said she was starting stories. Just starting them? Yes, she said. Beginnings are the most important part. The rest takes care of itself. I have no idea what she means by that, or what she does with all those first pages. Maybe she's got hundreds of them at home, each one the beginning of a story that will never be continued. Or maybe she's right, and the rest does take care of itself somehow. There's the temperature man, who comes in every day at exactly midnight. Every single day. He comes in, doesn't buy anything, just asks me what the temperature is. I tell him. He writes it down in a ledger, thanks me, and leaves. He could check this on his phone, or car, or 1,000 other ways, but he always asks me. I started keeping a thermometer at the register just for him. He seems pleased by this, like I've understood something important about his mission. I've been doing this job for 3 years, and these strange regulars have become a part of my routine. In a way, they're comforting. The nights are long and quiet, and knowing that the coffee lady will show up at 2:17 on Tuesday, or that the temperature man will arrive at midnight, gives structure to the darkness. I don't know who these people are or why they do what they do. I've stopped trying to figure it out. Maybe they're all just eccentric. Maybe they have reasons for their behaviors that would make perfect sense if I knew the context. Maybe I'm the weird one for keeping such detailed notes about people who are just living their lives. But I don't think so. There's something else going on here. Something I'm not seeing. Patterns within patterns. Sometimes I wonder if they know about each other, if they're connected somehow. If my gas station is a waypoint in some larger system I can't perceive. I've started logging not just the people, but correlations. When certain regulars show up on the same night, when they don't show up when they should. Any deviations from the patterns. Last week, something happened that shook me. 3 of my regulars showed up at the same time, which had never happened before. The coffee lady, the map man, and the backwards walker. They all arrived within 5 minutes of each other at 2 in the morning. The coffee lady came in first, bought her coffee. The map man came in while she was paying. Then the backwards walker entered, moving backwards as always. For a moment, they were all in the store together, and they looked at each other. Really looked with recognition. Not like strangers sharing a space, but like people who knew each other. The coffee lady nodded slightly. The map man smiled. The backwards walker, still facing away from them, raised her hand in a small wave. Then they each completed their transactions and left, as if nothing had happened. I checked the security footage over and over. The exchange lasted maybe 3 seconds, but it was there. Recognition, acknowledgement, connection. These people know each other. They're part of something together. And my gas station, this lonely building on Route 47, is some kind of meeting point or checkpoint in whatever it is they're doing. I've been thinking about quitting, getting a normal job with normal hours and normal customers. But I can't. I need to know what this is. I need to understand the pattern. So I keep working my graveyard shift. I keep documenting every strange regular in my journal. And I keep watching for the next piece of the puzzle. Whatever is happening here on Route 47 between midnight and dawn, I'm going to figure it out, even if it takes me the rest of my life. The mysteries of the night shift have become my mysteries now, and I can't let them go. Story 3. I've been buying storage units at auction for about 5 years now. It started as a side hustle, something to make extra money on weekends, but it became more than that. There's something addictive about the mystery of it, not knowing what you're going to find until you cut the lock and roll up that door. Most units are disappointing. Old furniture, boxes of clothes, broken electronics. But every once in a while, you find something interesting. Something that makes you wonder about the person who left it all behind. 3 months ago, I bought a unit that changed everything. It was at a facility on the outskirts of town, one of those newer climate-controlled places that cost more to rent. The auction had about 12 units up for bid that day. Most went for $50 to $200. This one, Unit 247, had a minimum bid of $300 because of the size. A 10 by 20, one of the larger units. I could see from the doorway that it was packed full, stacked almost to the ceiling with boxes. Nobody else seemed interested. The boxes looked old, water-stained on some of the corners. Probably someone's basement that got flooded, moved to storage and forgotten. I bid $325 just to see if anyone would counter. Nobody did. The auctioneer called it, and just like that, I owned whatever was inside Unit 247. I paid, got my key, and went to check out my purchase. The smell hit me first when I opened the door. Not rot or mold, but old paper. That distinctive musty scent of aging cardboard and forgotten documents. The boxes were uniform, all the same size, all labeled with dates. Just dates. Nothing else. The earliest date I could see from the doorway was 1973. The most recent was 2019. 46 years of boxes, organized chronologically, filling every inch of available space. I pulled down the nearest box, dated 2018. Inside were Polaroid photographs. Hundreds of them, maybe 1,000, arranged in chronological order, by the date stamped on the bottom of each photo. The first photo in the box showed a kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a newspaper. The date on the Polaroid was January 1st, 2018. The next photo showed the same kitchen from a slightly different angle, dated January 2nd, then January 3rd, January 4th. I started pulling other boxes. Every single one was filled with Polaroids. Thousands upon thousands of photographs, one for each day, sometimes multiple photos per day, spanning from 1973 to 2019. Someone had photographed something, anything, every single day for 46 years. And they had kept every single photograph, organized by date, stored in these boxes. I spent the entire afternoon going through boxes at random, trying to piece together a story. The early photos from the 70s showed a young couple. They appeared to be in their 20s, always smiling, always together. Photos of them at parks, at restaurants, in what looked like their first apartment. The photos had a quality of spontaneous joy, capturing moments that seemed worth remembering. By the 80s, there was a baby. The photos became more domestic. The same couple, now a little older, with a small child. Birthday parties, Christmas mornings, trips to the zoo. The child grew up through the boxes. School photos, sports events, family vacations. The photos documented everything with the same methodical consistency. One or more photos for every single day, never missing a date. The 90s showed a teenager. The same child, now awkward and lanky. Braces visible in some photos. The parents were aging too, gray starting to show in their hair. The photos from this era seemed less joyous, more routine. Dinner tables, living room scenes, mundane moments, but still, every day was documented. Whoever was taking these photos had maintained their commitment to capturing each day, even when the days themselves seemed unremarkable. By the 2000s, the teenager was gone. The photos showed just the couple again, now middle-aged. Empty nest syndrome captured in Polaroid after Polaroid. The house seemed quieter in the photos, larger somehow. There were photos of them trying new hobbies, traveling more, attempting to fill the space left by their departed child. But there was a melancholy to these images that the earlier ones lacked. Then, around 2010, only one person appeared in most photos. An older man, alone. The woman was gone. I found the last photo of her in a box dated 2009. She was in a hospital bed, smiling weakly at the camera. After that, just the man. And the photos changed. They became sadder, lonelier. Photos of an empty chair at the dinner table. Photos of her side of the closet, still full of clothes. Photos of places they used to go together, now visited alone. But he never stopped. Every single day, a photo. Even when the photos were just of his own feet, or his reflection in a mirror, or the view from his window. Some days, the photos seemed to be of nothing in particular. A wall, a door, the ceiling. As if he was maintaining the habit out of obligation rather than desire, but couldn't bring himself to break the streak. The last box, dated 2019, ended abruptly in July. The last photo was dated July 23rd, 2019. It showed the storage unit itself, empty, with all these boxes stacked inside. A photo of his life's work, his 4 decades of daily documentation, captured one final time before he closed the door. I sat in that storage unit for hours, surrounded by boxes of Polaroids, and I felt like I had stumbled into something sacred. This wasn't just someone's junk left behind. This was a life, an entire life, meticulously documented and preserved, now abandoned in a storage facility because someone couldn't pay the rent. I wondered what had happened to the photographer. Had he died? Was he in a nursing home? Had he simply decided to stop? To let go of this project that had defined nearly 5 decades of his life? I couldn't just resell this. I couldn't put these boxes on eBay or take them to a thrift store. It felt wrong, disrespectful somehow, so I took them home. All of them. It took me 6 trips with my truck to move everything out of the storage unit and into my garage. My wife thought I was crazy, filling our garage with boxes of a stranger's photos, but she understood when I showed her what they were. I started going through them systematically, beginning with the earliest box. I wanted to understand the full story, to see the complete arc of this person's life. The first photo ever taken was dated March 15th, 1973. It showed a young man, maybe 22 or 23, holding the Polaroid camera up to a mirror. A self-portrait, the beginning of the project. On the back, in faded blue ink, someone had written, "Day 1. Every day matters. Every moment counts. Don't forget." That note hit me hard. This wasn't just a hobby or an art project. This was a philosophy, a commitment to mindfulness and presence. This person had decided that every day of their life was worth documenting, worth remembering, and they had followed through on that decision for 46 years. I continued through the 70s. The young man, whose name I learned from a photo of his driver's license was David, had started dating someone. Her name was Margaret. Their courtship was documented in daily photos. First dates, weekend trips, moving in together, the proposal. I found their wedding photo, dated June 7th, 1976. They looked radiantly happy. The photos showed them building a life together, buying their first house, painting rooms, planting a garden. David worked in an office based on photos of him in business attire. Margaret appeared to be a teacher, judging by photos of her with what looked like classroom materials. They had friends, family gatherings, birthday celebrations, a normal life, but documented with unusual thoroughness. Their daughter, Emily, was born in 1982. I found the hospital photos. Margaret exhausted but smiling, holding a tiny bundle. Then the daily photos of Emily growing up. First steps, first words, first day of school. All captured and preserved. David had photographed his daughter nearly every single day of her childhood. I wondered what Emily thought of this, having her entire youth documented in such detail. The teenage years were particularly poignant. I could see Emily pulling away in the photos, the natural separation that happens between parents and children. Photos where she was clearly annoyed at having her picture taken. Photos where she wasn't even looking at the camera. But David persisted, documenting his daughter's journey to adulthood, even when she didn't want to be documented. Then, Emily left for college. The photos from those years showed care packages being prepared, the empty bedroom left behind, parents visiting campus. And then gradually, Emily appeared less and less. She came home for holidays, showed up for major events, but the daily photos were just David and Margaret again. I found myself getting emotionally invested in this family I had never met. I rooted for them during the hard times visible in the photos. A photo showing Margaret in a cad apparently from a car accident, photos from what looked like David's father's funeral. Difficult moments, captured and preserved alongside the joyful ones. The 2000s brought retirement. Photos of David's last day of work, a retirement party, the cleaned-out office. Then photos of them traveling, spending time together, enjoying their golden years. They looked happy, comfortable with each other, in the way that only decades of marriage can bring. Then Margaret got sick. I could track the progression through the photos. First, just looking tired. Then hospital visits. Then home with medical equipment. David documented it all. Not morbidly, but faithfully. He photographed their love story until the very end. The last photo of Margaret showed her in bed, clearly very ill, but smiling at her husband behind the camera. Even then, they were together. After Margaret's death, the photos took on a different character. David was alone, and the loneliness was palpable in every image. But he didn't stop taking photos. If anything, the project became more important. It was continuity, a thread connecting his past to his present. Every day mattered, even the sad days, even the empty days. I found photos of David visiting Margaret's grave, always on Sundays. Photos of him going through her belongings, packing some away, keeping others out. Photos of him trying to maintain routines, cooking meals for one, watching television alone, walking through parks they used to visit together. But there were also photos of him slowly rebuilding a life, joining a photography club, volunteering at a local museum, making new friends. The later photos showed David finding purpose again, even in the absence of his wife. The project itself seemed to give him reason to keep going, to experience each day fully, so he would have something worth photographing. I wondered about Emily during this time. She appeared occasionally in the later photos, visiting her father, but not as often as I would have expected. There seemed to be distance there, maybe from years of having her life constantly photographed, constantly observed. I hoped they had reconciled before the photos ended, but I had no way of knowing. As I approached the final boxes, I slowed down. I didn't want the story to end. These boxes had become a part of my life over the past few weeks. I would come home from work and spend hours in my garage, going through photos, watching David's life unfold in one-day increments. My wife started joining me, sometimes, and we would discuss the photos, speculate about what was happening, mourn the sad moments, and celebrate the happy ones. The last few months of photos showed David preparing for something. He was organizing things, cleaning out closets, going through paperwork. The photos documented a man putting his affairs in order. Then came the photos of him packing up these very boxes, loading them into his car, driving them to the storage unit. The final photo, the one that ended the entire project, was heartbreaking in its simplicity. It showed the storage unit filled with boxes, this 46-year documentation of a life, all packed away. On the back of the photo, David had written one last note. Project complete. Every day documented. Every moment preserved. Time to rest now. Thank you for looking. That last line got me. Thank you for looking. As if he knew. As if he had anticipated that someday someone would go through these boxes and see his life. That someone would bear witness to his project, his commitment, his love for his family, and his determination to make every day count. I tried to find David. I searched online, checked obituaries, called the storage facility for information. They couldn't give me details due to privacy concerns, but the manager did tell me, off the record, that the unit had belonged to an elderly man who had passed away 6 months ago. His daughter had been contacted, but never came to claim the contents, so it had eventually gone to auction. Emily, she had let her father's entire life's work go to auction, rather than claim it. I tried not to judge her. Maybe the constant documentation had felt intrusive. Maybe she had complicated feelings about her childhood being preserved in such detail. Maybe she just couldn't bear to go through 46 years of memories. Everyone grieves differently. But now I had these boxes, and I felt responsible for them. I couldn't just throw them away or let them disappear. David had spent 46 years creating this archive. Someone should see it. Someone should know that David and Margaret and Emily existed, that they loved each other, that they lived a full and meaningful life. I decided to digitize the photos. All of them. I bought a scanner and started the process. It's going to take years at the rate I'm going, but I have time. Each evening, I scan 20 or 30 photos, watching David's life unfold on my computer screen. I'm creating a digital archive, organizing the photos by date, adding notes about what I can see in each image. I'm not sure what I'll do with the digital archive when it's complete. Maybe create a website, a memorial to David and his project. Maybe try to contact Emily one more time, offer her the digitized collection, even if she didn't want the physical photos. Maybe just keep it for myself, a reminder that every day matters. Every moment counts. The physical photos will stay in my garage. I've reorganized them, put them in better boxes, created a climate-controlled environment to preserve them. They're part of my life now. This connection to a family I never met, but feel like I know intimately. Sometimes I think about starting my own photo project, not with Polaroids, which are expensive and hard to find, but with my phone. One photo every day, documenting my own life the way David documented his, but I haven't started yet. It feels daunting, the commitment required. David never missed a single day in 46 years. Could I do that? Would I want to? My wife suggested we try it together. One photo a day, of us, of our life together. We could start our own archive, create our own legacy. We talked about it over dinner one night, surrounded by boxes of David's photos in the garage beyond the kitchen wall. We talked about what it would mean to commit to noticing each day, to finding something worth capturing even on the boring days, the sad days, the difficult days. We decided to start on our anniversary, which is coming up next month. A symbolic beginning for our own version of David's project. We'll see how long we last. Maybe we'll make it 46 years, like David did. Maybe we'll give up after a few months. But at least we'll try. At least we'll make the attempt to see our lives as worth documenting, worth preserving, worth remembering. I've started taking the Polaroid camera that was in one of the boxes. It still works. I found unopened packs of film that David had stored away, enough for maybe 200 more photos. I'm going to use them. I feel like David would approve, his camera continuing to capture moments, even after his project ended. The first photo I took was of the boxes in my garage, all organized and preserved. A photo of David's photos. A meta-documentation of his documentation. On the back, I wrote, "Found by chance, preserved with purpose. Your project continues. Thank you for showing me that every day matters. I've been thinking a lot about legacy since finding these photos. What we leave behind, how we're remembered, whether our lives matter in the grand scheme of things. David's life would have been forgotten completely if these photos had been thrown away. But now, because of this archive, his life has meaning beyond his own experience of it. His commitment, his love, his daily attention to the moments that made up his years, all of that has been preserved. In a way, I envy David. He knew what his purpose was. Every day, he had a clear task, a reason to pay attention, a way to mark his existence. The photos were proof that he was here, that he lived, that his life was full of moments worth capturing. Most of us drift through our days without that clarity, without that sense of purpose. I've started recommending the practice to friends, not necessarily taking photos, but finding some way to mark each day, to notice it, to acknowledge it. Journaling, or collecting something, or creating some kind of daily ritual. Anything that forces you to be present, to recognize that today happened, and it mattered, even if it seemed ordinary at the time. Some people think it's morbid, this obsession with a dead stranger's photos. They don't understand why I spend my evenings scanning pictures of people I never met. But I think David would understand. I think he'd be glad that someone found value in his project, that someone took the time to really look at what he had created. There are moments, late at night when I'm scanning photos, when I feel like I'm having a conversation with David across time. He's showing me his life, and I'm bearing witness to it. It's a strange kind of communion, but it feels meaningful. His photos are speaking to me, teaching me lessons about commitment, about love, about the importance of noticing the life you're living while you're living it. I found one photo that I keep on my desk now. It's from somewhere in the mid-90s. David and Margaret are sitting on their back porch, coffee cups in hand, watching a sunrise. The photo is slightly blurred, as if taken in a hurry to capture the moment before the light changed. On the back, David wrote, "Day 8th, 472. Still beautiful. Still grateful. Day 8,472. More than 23 years into his project, and he was still finding beauty, still feeling gratitude. That's what I take from these photos more than anything else. That a life examined, a life documented, a life noticed, is a life well lived. I don't know what happened to Emily. I hope she's okay. I hope she eventually understands the gift her father gave her, this complete record of her childhood, her family, her history. Maybe someday I'll find her and give her the digital archive. Maybe she'll want it then, even if she didn't want the physical photos. But even if she doesn't, even if these photos are never seen by anyone but me and my wife, they've already served their purpose. They've reminded me that every day matters. They've shown me what commitment looks like over decades. They've demonstrated that an ordinary life, fully documented, becomes extraordinary simply through the act of preservation. I bought a storage unit at auction, expecting to find junk I could resell. Instead, I found a life. David's life, captured in Polaroids, one day at a time, for 46 years. And in finding his life, I found a new appreciation for my own. Every day matters. Every moment counts. Don't forget. That's what David's first photo said. And that's what all 46 years of photos proved. It's a simple message, but profound. And now it's a message I carry with me, thanks to a chance auction bid and a storage unit full of boxes. I'm still scanning the photos. I'm only up to 1989. I have decades more to go, but I'm not in a hurry. Each photo deserves attention, deserves to be seen and acknowledged. David gave them that attention when he took them. The least I can do is give them that attention now, as I preserve them for whatever future awaits them. Sometimes I imagine us showing these photos in a gallery someday. A complete life, exhibited chronologically. Visitors could walk through decades in an afternoon, could see a family grow and change, and eventually diminish. It would be a memorial to David, but also a reminder to everyone who saw it that their own lives are equally worthy of documentation, equally valuable, equally fleeting. But for now, the photos stay in my garage, and the digital files accumulate on my hard drive. I scan a little bit each evening, my own daily ritual, my own commitment to David's memory. Every day matters. Every moment counts. I won't forget. Story 4. I've worked as a park ranger at Redstone National Forest for 7 years now. It's a massive wilderness area. Over 300,000 acres of mountains, forests, and backcountry trails. Most of my job involves routine maintenance, helping lost hikers, and occasionally dealing with wildlife issues. It's peaceful work, and I love it. But about 2 years ago, something started happening that I still can't fully explain. I found the first journal entry completely by accident. I was doing trail maintenance on the Northern Loop, clearing fallen branches after a storm, when I noticed something tucked into a hollow in an old oak tree. It was a piece of paper, folded and placed carefully inside a plastic Ziploc bag to protect it from the elements. I almost didn't open it, thinking it might be someone's private note or memorial, but curiosity got the better of me. The paper had a date at the top, written in neat handwriting. The date was from 3 weeks prior. Below that was a journal entry. It read, "Mile marker 42, Northern Loop Trail. Saw a black bear today, maybe 200 yards off the path. She had 2 cubs with her. They were playing in a clearing, tumbling over each other while she watched. I sat and observed for maybe 20 minutes. She knew I was there but didn't seem concerned. The cubs were so clumsy and joyful. Sometimes I forget that joy can be that simple, that uncomplicated. This is why I come here. To remember, that was it. No name, no signature, just an observation and a reflection. I thought it was a nice sentiment, so I left the note where I found it and continued my work. But over the next few weeks, I kept finding more of them, always in different locations, always in plastic bags tucked into tree hollows, or under distinctive rocks, or wedged into crevices and cliff faces. Always the same handwriting, always dated, always containing observations about the wilderness and personal reflections. I started collecting them. Not physically. I left them where they were, but I began photographing each one and documenting the locations. I created a map in my ranger station, marking every spot where I had found an entry. Within 3 months, I had found over 40 entries scattered throughout the park. The pattern that emerged was fascinating. The entries formed a route, not a trail, but a wandering path that touched dozens of different areas of the park. Some were on established trails, but many were in backcountry areas that required serious hiking skills to reach. Whoever was leaving these entries was covering enormous distances, sometimes placing entries miles apart in areas that would take days to hike between. The entries themselves were beautiful. This person, whoever they were, had a gift for observation and description. They wrote about wildlife encounters, weather patterns, the changing seasons, the way light filtered through trees at different times of day. But mixed with these observations were personal reflections, glimpses into someone's inner life. One entry, found near a remote mountain lake, read, "The water is so still today, it perfectly mirrors the sky. I can't tell where the real world ends and the reflection begins. Sometimes I feel like my whole life is like that, unable to distinguish what's real from what's just a reflection of what I think should be real. But here, it doesn't matter. The reflection is as beautiful as the reality." Another entry, left at a high elevation viewpoint, said, "You can see for 50 miles from up here, on a clear day. Cities, towns, roads, all of human civilization spread out below, like a circuit board. From this distance, all the problems that seem so big down there shrink to nothing. The arguments, the stress, the constant noise. Up here, there's just wind and sky, and the feeling of being very small in the best possible way. I became obsessed with finding these entries. I started planning my patrol routes around areas where I thought the next one might appear. I studied the pattern of previous entries, trying to predict where this mysterious hiker might go next. Sometimes I was right, and I would find a fresh entry in a location I had guessed. Other times, entries appeared in completely unexpected places, and I would have to update my map and theories. I tried to figure out who was leaving them. The park requires permits for backcountry camping, so I cross-referenced the dates on the entries with permit records. But there were too many permits issued, and no way to narrow it down. I looked through sign-in logs at trailheads, but the entries were being left in areas that didn't have official trailheads. Whoever this was, they were accessing the wilderness through unconventional routes. The entries continued through all seasons. I found them in winter, the plastic bags sometimes partially buried in snow. I found them in spring, surrounded by wildflowers. Summer entries described the intense heat of exposed ridgelines. Fall entries waxed poetic about changing leaves and the smell of decay that signals the end of the growing season. This person was out here year-round, in all weather, constantly moving through the wilderness. Some entries were longer, more introspective. One that I found in a cave system described a difficult period in the writer's life. It read, "I've been coming here for 3 years now. At first, it was just to escape. I was drowning in my normal life, suffocating under the weight of expectations and responsibilities. The wilderness was a relief, a place where none of that mattered. But somewhere along the way, it became more than escape. It became a practice, a discipline. Out here, I've learned to sit with discomfort, to accept that sometimes there are no shelters from the storm, literal or metaphorical. You just get wet, you endure, and then it passes, and the sun comes out again." I found myself thinking about this person constantly. Who were they? What were they escaping from? What had driven them to create this practice of wilderness wandering and journal leaving? And why leave the entries at all? They could have kept a private journal. Instead, they chose to leave pieces of their thoughts scattered throughout the forest, available for anyone to find. I started leaving responses. I know I probably shouldn't have, that I was inserting myself into someone's private practice, but I couldn't help it. Next to one of the entries, I left my own note. I wrote, "I've been finding your entries for months now. They're beautiful. Thank you for sharing your observations. You have a gift for seeing the wilderness clearly. I hope you find whatever you're looking for out here." The next time I checked that location, my note was gone. I thought maybe an animal had taken it, or the wind had blown it away, but then, a week later, I found a new entry at a different location. At the bottom, below the usual observation and reflection, there was an addition. It said, "To the ranger who's been following my trail. Thank you for not removing my entries. Thank you for understanding that sometimes we need to leave pieces of ourselves in the places that mean something to us. I'm not looking for anything. I've already found it. This practice of walking and observing and writing, this is it. This is what I was looking for." I felt a rush of excitement. Contact. Connection. I left another response at a location where I predicted the next entry might appear. I asked questions. How long had they been hiking? What got them started? Did they ever feel lonely out here? But my note remained untouched for weeks. No new entries appeared. I worried that I had scared them off, that my intrusion had ruined whatever private ritual they had created. Then, after nearly a month of silence, entries started appearing again. But they were different. They were more open, more revealing. It was as if acknowledging my presence had given this person permission to be more vulnerable in their writing. One entry described a difficult childhood, parents who never understood them, a feeling of never quite fitting in anywhere. The wilderness, they wrote, was the first place they had ever felt truly at home. Another entry talked about loss. Someone important had died years ago, and the grief had been paralyzing. The wilderness had been therapy, a place to walk through the pain, literally and metaphorically. Each mile hiked was a mile of grief processed, a step toward healing. The entries themselves were markers, proof that they were still moving forward, still observing, still finding beauty despite the pain. I continued finding entries regularly. They appeared year-round, sometimes weekly, sometimes with gaps of several weeks. I mapped them all, and the pattern that emerged was complex and beautiful. The route this person followed wasn't random. It spiraled outward from certain central points, then spiraled back in. It touched the same locations at different seasons, observing how they changed over time. It was a meditation in geography, a way of knowing a landscape intimately through repeated visitation. One winter, I found an entry that worried me. It was left during a period of severe weather, blizzard conditions that had closed most of the park. The entry was brief. It said, "Caught in the storm. Found shelter in a rock overhang near Devil's Peak. 48 hours of wind and snow. No panic, just patience." This is what the practice has taught me. How to be still in the storm. How to wait without anxiety. How to trust that it will pass. I hiked out to that location as soon as the weather cleared, worried I might find someone in trouble. But there was no sign of recent habitation beyond the entry itself. Whoever this was, they had survived the storm and moved on. I left a note asking if they were okay, if they needed anything. The response came a week later at a different location. "I'm fine. The storm was a gift, actually. Forced stillness. Time to think. Thank you for your concern, but I know these mountains better than I know myself now. I'm safe here." That phrase stuck with me. I know these mountains better than I know myself now. What did that mean? Had this person literally spent more time in the wilderness than in civilization? The frequency of the entries suggested it was possible. If they were leaving entries every week or two, and each entry was in a different location miles from the last, they had to be spending the majority of their time out here. I started researching. I looked into long-distance hikers, people who spend months or years on trails. I read about thru hikers, wilderness guides, people who had given up conventional lives to live primarily outdoors, but none of it quite matched. Those people followed established trails, had clear goals and endpoints. This person was different. They were creating their own path, their own practice, their own relationship with this specific wilderness. I found an entry that provided a clue. It mentioned a job, something about taking a leave of absence that had turned into early retirement, something about savings that would last if they were careful, if they lived simply. The wilderness, they wrote, was the cheapest rent they had ever paid. No utilities, no maintenance, just permit fees and the occasional resupply. They had done the math. They could sustain this life for years if they wanted to. Another entry mentioned a small cabin they rented just outside the park boundaries. A place to store gear, to shower occasionally, to check in with the outside world. But they spent minimal time there. The wilderness was home. The cabin was just a storage unit with plumbing. I tried to find this cabin, checking rental listings and tax records for properties near the park. There were dozens of possibilities. Without more information, I couldn't narrow it down. And honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to. This person had chosen anonymity. They shared their thoughts, but not their identity. There was something respectful about maintaining that boundary. The entries continued to appear, and I continued to find them. 2 years into this pattern, I had documented over 300 entries. My map was covered with pins, each one representing a moment of observation, a fragment of someone's ongoing relationship with the wilderness. Taken together, they formed a portrait not just of a person, but of a place. This hiker was documenting the park more thoroughly than any ranger or scientist had ever done. I started using the entries in my own work. When hikers asked me about good spots to see wildlife, I could direct them to areas where the mysterious journaler had reported consistent sightings. When researchers came to study plant populations or geological features, I shared observations from the entries that might help their work. I never mentioned the source, just said that rangers had observed these patterns over time. One spring, I found an entry that mentioned me directly. It said, "I see you sometimes, Ranger. You don't know it, but I've watched you working. Clearing trails, helping lost hikers, sitting quietly at overlooks during your breaks. You care for this place the way I do. just in a different way. Your work makes my practice possible. The trails you maintain, the hikers you help, the wilderness you protect. Thank you for that. The idea that this person had seen me, had observed me the way they observed everything else in the wilderness, was both unsettling and touching. I was part of their landscape, another element of the ecosystem they were documenting. I left a response saying that their entries had changed the way I saw the park, had taught me to observe more carefully, to notice the small details I had been walking past for years. The entries started including more interaction after that. Not constant dialogue, but occasional acknowledgments. They would mention seeing fresh trail maintenance, and knowing I had been through recently, I would leave notes about weather warnings or trail closures, and they would acknowledge receiving the information. It was a strange friendship, conducted entirely through written notes left in the wilderness, between two people who had never actually met face to face. I did try to encounter them directly once, staked out an area where I was fairly certain they would pass, based on the pattern of recent entries. I waited for hours at a likely spot, hoping to see them, but either they never came, or they saw me waiting and deliberately avoided me. No entry appeared in that area. The next entry showed up miles away, off the route I had predicted. I felt like I had been gently rebuked. This person wanted connection, but on their own terms. Anonymous. Written. Mediated by the wilderness itself. I stopped trying to meet them after that. I accepted the relationship for what it was. We were pen pals who happened to share a deep love for the same 300,000 acres of wilderness. We communicated through observations and reflections, sharing our experiences of a place we both considered sacred. The entries taught me to see the park differently. Before finding them, I had fallen into routines. I knew the trails, knew the landmarks, knew the usual trouble spots, but I had stopped really seeing the place. The entries reminded me to observe, to notice the small changes, to pay attention to the seasons and the wildlife, and the way light moved across the landscape. I started keeping my own journal, inspired by what I was reading. I wrote about my experiences as a ranger, the people I helped, the challenges I faced, the moments of beauty that made the job worthwhile. I didn't leave my entries in the wilderness like the hiker did, but the practice of writing helped me process my own relationship with the park. Some of the entries dealt with heavier topics. One discussed mental health, the way the wilderness had helped stabilize someone who had struggled with depression and anxiety for years. The routine of hiking, the physical exhaustion, the forced presence that comes with navigating challenging terrain, all of it had therapeutic effects. The entries themselves were a form of cognitive behavioral therapy, reframing thoughts, practicing gratitude, documenting progress. Another entry talked about addiction recovery, the wilderness as a substitute for destructive patterns, the high of reaching a summit replacing other highs, the community of hikers, even the brief encounters on trails, replacing the isolation of active addiction. The entries were accountability, proof of days lived cleanly, focused on something positive and life-affirming. Reading these entries felt like an honor and a responsibility. This person was trusting that whoever found these deeply personal reflections would treat them with respect. I took that seriously. I never shared the contents publicly, never posted about them on social media, never tried to sensationalize the discovery. They were sacred texts in their own way, and I was their accidental guardian. As the years passed, the entries evolved. The early ones had been more about escape and healing. The later ones were about integration and purpose. This person had transformed their wilderness practice from a coping mechanism into a vocation. They saw themselves as a witness, a documenter, a student of the landscape. The entries became more technical, noting weather patterns, animal behaviors, plant cycles with scientific precision. I found one entry that outlined what they called their life's work. They were creating a comprehensive, multi-year observation of this specific wilderness area. The entries I was finding were just the public-facing version. They kept detailed notebooks. They wrote, with measurements and data and analysis. Someday, they plan to compile it all into a proper document, a love letter to this place written in the language of careful, patient observation. The thought that these fragments I was finding were just the tip of an iceberg, that somewhere there existed notebooks full of even more detailed observations, was thrilling. This person was doing important work, even if they weren't credentialed or official. They were creating knowledge through sustained attention, through being present in the wilderness more consistently than any researcher could manage. I left a note suggesting they contact the Park Service officially, offer their observations as data. The response was polite, but firm. They preferred to work independently, without oversight or expectation. The freedom to observe without agenda was essential. If the Park Service wanted their data eventually, they would donate it. But not yet. The work was still in progress. I understood that. Sometimes institutional structures can constrain more than they enable. This person had found a way to do meaningful work on their own terms. Who was I to insist they formalize it? The most recent entry I found, just last week, was different from the others. It was longer, more reflective, almost like a summary. It talked about how the practice had changed over time. What began as escape had become exploration. What started as healing had become science. What felt like isolation had revealed itself to be profound connection, not to people, but to place. The entry ended with something that felt like a conclusion, though I hope it's not. It said, "I've been walking these mountains for years now, leaving pieces of myself in careful places. If you're reading this, ranger or hiker or whoever you are, know that you're standing in a spot that meant something to me, that this exact place, at some specific moment, was worth stopping for, worth observing, worth remembering. The wilderness is full of such places. Every tree, every rock, every view, all of it worth attention. All of it sacred if you choose to see it that way. Thank you for finding my words. Thank you for caring enough to read them. Keep walking. Keep observing. Keep finding the sacred in the ordinary. I don't know if that's the last entry or just the most recent. I'll keep looking, keep mapping, keep reading. This strange relationship, mediated by plastic bags and careful handwriting, has become one of the most meaningful connections in my life. I've never met this person. I don't know their name or their face, but I know their heart, their mind, their soul. I know them through how they see the wilderness, and that's a deep knowledge, maybe deeper than most friendships. If they stop leaving entries, I'll miss them, but I'll also understand. Maybe the practice has run its course. Maybe they've said everything they needed to say. Or maybe they've just moved on to another wilderness, another practice, another way of being in the world. But I suspect I'll keep finding entries. This person has built their life around this practice, this place. I think they'll keep walking these mountains, keep observing, keep writing, and I'll keep finding their words, keep learning from their observations, keep being changed by this strange, anonymous friendship conducted through notes left in the wilderness. I'm a park ranger, and I keep finding the same hikers' journal entries throughout the wilderness. It's the best part of my job. Not the best part I expected when I started, but the best part nonetheless. Because these entries have taught me that the wilderness isn't just a place to protect and manage. It's a place that protects and manages us, if we let it. A place that teaches, if we're willing to learn. A place that heals, if we're brave enough to be vulnerable. Thank you, mysterious hiker. Whoever you are, your words have made me a better ranger and a better person. Keep walking. I'll keep reading. Story 5. My grandmother passed away last month at the age of 92. She lived a long, full life. And while I miss her terribly, there's comfort in knowing she didn't suffer at the end. She simply went to sleep one night and didn't wake up, which is how she always said she wanted to go. At the funeral, person after person came up to me with stories about how my grandmother had touched their lives. Most of these people I had never met, which surprised me. I thought I knew everything about her. The real surprise came when I was cleaning out her house. My grandmother had lived in the same small bungalow for over 60 years, and it was filled with a lifetime of possessions. My mother and I spent weeks sorting through everything, deciding what to keep, what to donate, what to throw away. In the kitchen, tucked into a cabinet above the refrigerator, I found her recipe box. I had seen this box countless times growing up. It was an old wooden box, hand-carved with flowers and vines, darker with age and handling. My grandmother kept her recipe cards in it, the ones she actually used, handwritten on index cards stained with decades of cooking. I had always assumed it just contained recipes. I was wrong. The box was heavier than I remembered. When I opened it, I understood why. The recipe cards were there, in the front section, maybe 50 or 60 cards with her familiar handwriting. Pot roast, apple pie, chicken soup, all the dishes I remembered from childhood. But behind the recipes, the box was packed with something else entirely. Hundreds of cards, all the same size as recipe cards, all filled with handwriting. But they weren't recipes. They were stories. I pulled out the first card from the back section. At the top, in my grandmother's writing, was a name, Margaret Chen. Below that, a date from 1967. Then a story, written in neat, tiny script to fit as much as possible on the small card. It read, "Met Margaret at the bus stop on a rainy Tuesday. She was crying quietly, trying to hide it. I offered her my umbrella and asked if she was all right. She told me she had just left her husband after 20 years of marriage. She was terrified, but also relieved. She said she felt like she could finally breathe. We talked for 3 hours at the coffee shop. She's going to stay with her sister in Portland and start over. She wanted me to know that talking to a stranger who didn't judge her had given her courage. I gave her my pot roast recipe and told her that learning to cook for one was going to be her first act of self-love. I sat on my grandmother's kitchen floor and read card after card. Each one was a story about a person my grandmother had met, a conversation she had shared, a moment of connection with a stranger. The cards were organized chronologically, dating back to the early 1960s, and continuing all the way to just a few weeks before she died. Over 60 years of collected human stories, each one carefully documented and preserved. Some stories were brief, just a paragraph about a chance encounter. Others filled multiple cards, continuing onto the back, and then onto additional cards marked with the same name and date. My grandmother had been doing this for my entire life, for my mother's entire life, and I had never known about it. I started reading them in order, beginning with the earliest cards from the 1960s. My grandmother had been in her 30s then, a young mother with my infant mother at home. The early stories often took place at playgrounds or grocery stores, conversations with other mothers, with elderly people on benches, with shop clerks and mail carriers. My grandmother had a gift for getting people to open up to her. Within minutes of meeting her, strangers were telling her things they might not tell their closest friends. One card from 1965 told the story of a man named Robert, who worked at the hardware store. My grandmother had gone in to buy paint, and somehow they ended up talking for an hour. Robert told her he had always wanted to be a musician, but his father had insisted he take over the family business. He was 45 years old and still regretted not pursuing his dream. My grandmother wrote that she told him it wasn't too late, that 45 wasn't old, that he should at least try to play music again, even if just as a hobby. She included a note at the bottom of the card. Saw Robert 6 months later. He had joined a local jazz band that played at a club on weekends. He said I changed his life. I just reminded him he had one. The stories continued through the decades. In the 1970s, my grandmother seemed to have expanded her range. She joined clubs, volunteered at the library, took art classes. Each new activity brought new people and new stories. A card from 1973 told about a teenage girl named Susan, who my grandmother met at a pottery class. Susan was struggling with her identity, feeling pressure from her parents to be someone she wasn't. My grandmother wrote that they talked after class for weeks, that she tried to be the accepting adult Susan needed. The final note said, "Susan came out as gay to her parents last month. They didn't take it well. She's living with a friend now, but says she's never been happier. She thanked me for showing her that it's possible to be kind without judgment." I realized as I read these cards that my grandmother had been doing something extraordinary. She had been bearing witness to people's lives. Not in a therapeutic way exactly, though many of the stories had therapeutic elements. More like she had made herself available as a listener, a compassionate presence, someone who would hear your story without trying to fix you, or judge you, or make it about herself. The 1980s cards showed my grandmother getting older, and the stories reflected that shift. More conversations with elderly people, with widows and widowers, with people facing the challenges of aging. A card from 1984 told the story of a man named Edward who had just moved into a nursing home. My grandmother had been visiting a friend there and struck up a conversation with Edward in the common room. He was devastated about losing his independence, about having to leave the home where he had raised his children. My grandmother wrote that she visited him every week for the last 2 years of his life, that they became genuine friends, that his children thanked her at his funeral for giving their father joy in his final years. Some cards were heartbreaking. A story from 1989 about a young mother whose child had died. A story from 1992 about a veteran with PTSD who couldn't adjust to civilian life. A story from 1995 about a teenager who had attempted suicide and was trying to find reasons to keep living. My grandmother hadn't been a therapist or a counselor, but she had been there, present and compassionate, for people in their darkest moments. Other cards were joyful. A woman who had just gotten her GED at age 50. A couple who had adopted a child after years of infertility. An immigrant who had just passed his citizenship test. My grandmother had celebrated these victories with strangers, had shared their joy, had made their triumphs feel witnessed and validated. I found patterns in the stories. My grandmother had certain places she frequented where she met people regularly. The library, the park, a particular coffee shop, the community centers. She had rituals, like having coffee at the same diner every Saturday morning where she became a face, and people would seek her out to talk. She had cultivated the art of being approachable, of creating space for conversation. One card from 1998 made me cry. It was about a young woman named Jennifer who had just been diagnosed with cancer. She was terrified and alone, and she broke down in the waiting room of the oncology clinic where my grandmother had been accompanying a friend. My grandmother sat with her, held her hand, and listened. The card included updates, additional entries with the same name, but different dates. Jennifer's treatment, her struggles, her small victories. The final entry, dated 2 years later, said, "Jennifer is in remission. She got married last month. She asked me to be there." I stood in the back and cried through the whole ceremony. "She's going to be okay." I wondered how many lives my grandmother had touched this way. There were hundreds of cards in the box, hundreds of people who had crossed her path and been changed, even slightly, by her presence and attention. And she had kept track of them all, remembered their names, documented their stories. Why? I found a card that wasn't a story. It was dated 1963, before any of the story cards, and it was in my grandfather's handwriting. He had died when I was very young, and I barely remembered him. The card read, "My dearest Helen, I know you struggle with feeling like your life is too small. Like staying home with the baby means you're not making a difference in the world. But I see the way you talk to people, the way you make everyone feel heard and valued. That's your gift. Don't let it go to waste. Collect these moments. Write them down. Your life is full of meaning, even if the meaning comes in small conversations and brief encounters. Love always, Jim." That card explained everything. My grandmother had started collecting these stories because my grandfather had seen her gift and encouraged her to recognize it. And she had kept doing it for 60 years, long after he died, because it gave her purpose. It was her way of mattering, of making a difference, one conversation at a time. I kept reading. The 2000s brought new types of stories. My grandmother had learned to use email and social media, and some of the cards documented online friendships, people she had met through forums or Facebook groups. But she still preferred in-person interactions, still went to her regular spots, still made herself available for conversation. A card from 2005 told about a young man named David who was struggling with addiction. My grandmother had met him at the library where he was using the computers to look for jobs. They talked, and my grandmother became a consistent presence in his recovery. The card had updates spanning 3 years, documenting his relapses and recoveries, and ended with, "David has been sober for 18 months. He got his plumbing license and started his own business. He still comes to the library every Tuesday, and we have coffee. He says I'm the only person who never gave up on him. I told him he never gave up on himself. I was just a witness." That phrase stuck with me. I was just a witness. That's what my grandmother had been for all these people. A witness to their struggles and triumphs, their ordinary days and extraordinary moments. She had given them the gift of being seen, being heard, being remembered. I found stories about people I knew. A card about my mother, written when my mother was 16 and going through a rebellious phase. My grandmother had documented a conversation they had, a moment of connection during a difficult time. Reading it gave me new insight into both of them, into their relationship, into the patience and wisdom my grandmother had brought to motherhood. There was even a card about me, from when I was 23 and had dropped out of graduate school feeling like a failure. I remembered the conversation with my grandmother, her gentle questions and non-judgmental listening, but I hadn't known she had written about it, had preserved that moment. The card ended with, "My granddaughter is going to be fine. She's just figuring out that the path she thought she should take isn't the right one for her. That takes courage. She's braver than she knows." Reading that, knowing my grandmother had believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself, was overwhelming. I sat in her kitchen and sobbed, grieving not just her death, but the loss of her presence, her wisdom, her gift for making people feel valued. The most recent cards were from this year, from just weeks before she died. Even in her 90s, limited in mobility and energy, my grandmother had continued collecting stories. A card about her home health aide, a woman from Nigeria who was working to bring her children to America. A card about the teenager who delivered her groceries, who was saving money for college. A card about a neighbor who had just lost his wife of 50 years and was learning to live alone. My grandmother had stayed engaged with life, interested in people, committed to bearing witness, right up until the end. The last card in the box was dated 2 weeks before she died. It was about a nurse at her doctor's office, a young woman who had confided that she was thinking about quitting nursing because the stress was too much. My grandmother had encouraged her to take a vacation, to remember why she had chosen this career, to be gentle with herself. The card ended. I told her that caring for others is holy work, but you can't pour from an empty cup. She cried and thanked me, I hope she takes that vacation. I hope she stays a nurse. The world needs compassionate people. I closed the recipe box and held it in my lap, feeling the weight of all those stories, all those lives my grandmother had touched. I thought about the funeral, all those strangers who had come to pay their respects. They weren't strangers at all. They were the people from the cards, the ones whose stories my grandmother had witnessed and preserved. I started going through the funeral registry, matching names to cards. Margaret, who had spoken about how my grandmother had helped her through a divorce in the 60s. Robert from the hardware store, who mentioned that my grandmother had encouraged him to pursue music. Susan, who tearfully told me that my grandmother had been the first person to accept her as she was. Jennifer, who said my grandmother had held her hand through cancer. David, who credited my grandmother with supporting his recovery. They had all come to say goodbye to someone who had seen them, really seen them, at crucial moments in their lives. My grandmother hadn't been famous, or powerful, or wealthy, but she had been present. She had paid attention. She had cared. And that had been enough to change lives. I decided to keep the recipe box exactly as it was. The recipes in front, a reminder of how my grandmother had nourished bodies. The story cards in back, a reminder of how she had nourished souls. I brought the box home and put it in a place of honor in my kitchen. I started reading one story each day, a way of keeping my grandmother's memory alive and learning from her example. Each card was a lesson in compassion, in listening, in the power of simply being present for another person. I began to see opportunities I had been missing, chances to connect with people, to ask questions, to listen without judgment. I started carrying blank index cards in my purse. When I had a meaningful conversation with someone, when a stranger shared something important with me, I would write it down later. Not to be intrusive or voyeuristic, but to practice what my grandmother had practiced. The art of bearing witness, the discipline of paying attention, the commitment to honoring people's stories. My first card was about a barista at my local coffee shop. I had been going there for years, but never really talked to her beyond ordering. One day, I asked how she was doing, really doing, and she opened up about struggling to balance work and night school, about her dream of becoming a teacher, about feeling exhausted but determined. I listened, encouraged her, and told her I believed she would make it. Later, I wrote her story on a card, dated and saved in my own recipe box that I had bought specifically for this purpose. My second card was about an elderly man I met at the grocery store who was confused by the self-checkout machines. I helped him, and we ended up talking about how the world had changed, how he missed his late wife who had always done the shopping, how lonely the house felt now. I stood with him in that grocery store for 20 minutes, just listening. When I got home, I wrote his story, preserved his moment of vulnerability and humanity. I've been doing this for 3 months now, and I have over 30 cards, 30 stories of people I've connected with, conversations that mattered, moments of genuine human interaction in a world that often feels disconnected and rushed. I understand now why my grandmother did this. It's not about collecting stories like trophies. It's about training yourself to see people, to value them, to recognize that everyone has a story worth hearing. The practice has changed me. I'm more patient now, more present. I make eye contact with people. I ask questions and actually listen to the answers. I've discovered that people are desperate to be heard, that there's a loneliness epidemic, and part of the cure is simply paying attention to each other. I've started sharing some of my grandmother's stories, with permission implied by the fact that she saved them to be found. I created a blog called Witnessed, where I post one of her stories each week, along with reflections on what I've learned. The response has been overwhelming. People from all over the world write to me about how the stories have inspired them, how they've started their own practices of noticing and recording human connection. Some people who knew my grandmother have reached out, sharing their own memories of her. I've been able to add context to some of the cards, to learn what happened to people after my grandmother's part in their story ended. Robert from the hardware store is still playing jazz at 87. Susan became a social worker, helping LGBTQ youth. Jennifer beat cancer, and now volunteers at the clinic where she was treated. David has been sober for nearly 20 years and mentors other people in recovery. My grandmother's influence rippled outward in ways she probably never knew. She planted seeds of kindness and compassion that grew in people's lives long after their brief encounters with her. And by documenting these moments, she created a record of how one person living an ordinary life can make an extraordinary difference simply by being present and caring. I think about my grandmother every day now, not with sadness, but with gratitude. She left me more than recipes for pot roast and apple pie, though those are treasured too. She left me a recipe for living. Pay attention, listen without judgment, bear witness to people's joys and struggles. Remember that everyone has a story. Honor those stories by preserving them. The recipe box sits on my kitchen counter, a reminder of my grandmother's legacy and my commitment to continuing it. Sometimes, when I'm writing a new card, documenting a new story, I feel her presence. Not in a supernatural way, but in the sense that I'm carrying on her work, her practice, her gift to the world. I've started teaching my own daughter about this practice. She's only 8, but she's already learning to notice people, to ask how they're doing, to listen to their answers. Last week, she told me about a conversation she had with the school custodian about how he was sad because his dog had died. She came home and asked if we could make him a card. We did, and she delivered it to him the next day. When she came home, she asked for a blank index card. She wanted to write his story down, to remember him and his sadness and his love for his dog. That's when I knew my grandmother's legacy would continue beyond me. The recipe for compassion was being passed down, generation to generation, card by card, story by story. My grandmother had started something that would outlive her, a practice of noticing and honoring the human stories all around us. I inherited my grandmother's recipe box and discovered she had been collecting strangers' stories for decades. But it's more than that. I discovered a philosophy of life, a way of being in the world that values every person and every interaction. I discovered that the most meaningful legacy isn't money or possessions, but the lives you touch and the stories you preserve. My grandmother's recipe box contained recipes for food and recipes for living, both types of nourishment, both essential, both gifts she left behind. I'm grateful every day for that box, for those cards, for the lesson they taught me about what it means to live a life of purpose and connection. The box is never full. There's always room for one more story, one more moment of witnessed humanity, one more reminder that we're all connected by our shared need to be seen and heard and valued. My grandmother understood that. She lived it every day for over 60 years. And now I understand it too. Thank you, Grandma, for the recipes. Thank you for the stories. Thank you for showing me how one person, armed with nothing but compassion and attention, can change the world one conversation at a time. Your legacy lives on, in the box, in the cards, in the stories still being written. I promise to keep collecting. I promise to keep witnessing. I promise to keep honoring the human stories all around me, just like you taught me. Story 6. I've been working the graveyard shift at Mel's Diner for 5 years now. It's one of those classic American diners, all chrome and red vinyl, open 24 hours, serving breakfast all day, and coffee that could strip paint. The place has been here since 1952, and sometimes it feels like the building itself has absorbed decades of conversations, becoming a repository of human experience. My shift runs from 11 at night until 7 in the morning, and during those hours, I've met some of the most interesting people I've ever encountered. About 2 years ago, I started keeping a notebook. It began as a way to stay awake during the dead hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, when almost nobody comes in. I would write down funny things customers said, weird orders, strange interactions. But it evolved into something else. I started writing down advice, life lessons, wisdom that our regular late-night customers would share, sometimes intentionally, sometimes just as part of casual conversation. The notebook has become something of a Bible to me now, filled with insights from insomniacs, night shift workers, truck drivers, nurses getting off work, cops on break, and the various other nocturnal humans who populate a 24-hour diner in the small hours of the morning. These people, awake when most of the world sleeps, seem to have a different perspective on life. Maybe it's the exhaustion, or the darkness outside, or the strange intimacy of being one of only a handful of people awake in a sleeping city. But people tell me things at 3 in the morning they probably wouldn't say in daylight. Let me share some of what I've learned from the night crowd at Mel's Diner. There's a truck driver named Ray who comes in every Tuesday and Friday around 2 in the morning. He's been driving long haul for 30 years, has been to every state in the continental U.S. multiple times. Ray always orders the same thing: eggs over easy, hash browns, wheat toast, black coffee. While he eats, he tells stories. One night, I asked him what 30 years on the road had taught him about life. Ray thought for a minute, then said that the most important thing he'd learned was that you can't control the road, only how you drive on it. He said he'd seen every kind of weather, every kind of traffic, every kind of road condition imaginable. Fighting against it, getting angry about delays or detours, that just made everything worse. The drivers who stayed calm, who adapted, who took the road as it came, those were the ones who made it home safe. Life was the same way. You make your plans, but the road has other ideas. Stay flexible. Stay calm. Keep moving forward. I wrote that down. You can't control the road, only how you drive on it. There's a nurse named Patricia who works at the hospital down the street. She comes in after her shift, usually around midnight, and sits at the counter with a cup of tea and a slice of pie. Patricia has been a nurse for 40 years, worked in emergency rooms, intensive care, hospice. She's seen more death than most people can imagine, but she's not morbid or depressed. She's actually one of the most positive people I know. One slow night, I asked her how she stayed so upbeat, given what she deals with at work. She said that working with dying people had taught her that most of our worries are incredibly small. The people in her care weren't worried about their careers, or their social media presence, or whether their house was big enough. They worried about whether they had loved enough, whether they had been kind, whether they would be remembered. She said that keeping that perspective, remembering what actually matters at the end, helped her not sweat the small stuff during the middle. I wrote it down. At the end of life, people don't worry about careers or possessions. They worry about love and kindness. Remember that in the middle. There's an old man named Frank who comes in every single night at 1:30 in the morning. He's been doing this for at least the 3 years I've worked here, probably longer. He orders decaf coffee and oatmeal, sits in the same booth, and reads the newspaper. Frank is 86 years old and lives alone. His wife died 15 years ago, and he never remarried. He told me once that he comes to the diner because the house is too quiet at night, and being around other people, even strangers, helps him feel less alone. Frank has lived through the Depression, World War II, the entire span of modern American history. I asked him once what the secret to a long life was. He laughed and said there was no secret, just luck and genetics mostly. But then he got serious and said that the one thing he'd learned was the importance of routine. Having something to do every day, even something small like coming to the diner for coffee, gave structure to life. People who lost their routines, who just drifted, they declined fast. The routine didn't have to be important or productive. It just had to be consistent. It gave you a reason to get up, a rhythm to follow. I wrote it down. Routine gives life structure. Even small daily rituals matter. They give you a reason to keep going. There's a woman named Sarah who comes in irregular hours, sometimes at midnight, sometimes at 4 a.m. She works as a software engineer for a tech company, and she keeps weird hours because she works with teams in different time zones. Sarah is brilliant, the kind of person who can explain quantum computing in a way that almost makes sense to someone like me, who barely passed high school math. I asked Sarah once what working in such a cutting-edge field had taught her. She said that the most important lesson was that failure was just information. In her work, most experiments fail. Most code has bugs. Most first attempts don't work. But each failure tells you something, gives you data, helps you understand what doesn't work, so you can figure out what does. She said people treat failure as this terrible thing to be avoided, but in her field, failure was just part of the process. The people who were afraid to fail never accomplished anything because they never tried anything difficult. I wrote it down. Failure is just information. It tells you what doesn't work, so you can find what does. Don't be afraid to fail. There's a cop named Marcus who comes in on his break, usually around 3:30. He's been on the force for 12 years, working the night shift in a city that has its share of crime and violence. I asked him once how he dealt with seeing the worst of humanity on a regular basis. He said that for every terrible thing he witnessed, he also saw incredible kindness. The stranger who stopped to help someone change a tire, the neighbor who checked on the elderly woman down the hall, the kid who turned in a lost wallet full of cash. Marcus said the media focuses on the bad because it's dramatic, but most people are good most of the time. Most interactions between humans are kind, or at least neutral. He said if you only focus on the negative, then you'll go crazy. You have to train yourself to notice the good, to remember that the terrible stuff is the exception, not the rule. Most people are just trying to get by, trying to do right by their families, trying to be decent. Remember that, he said, and you won't lose faith in humanity. I wrote it down. The terrible stuff is the exception. Most people are good most of the time. Train yourself to notice the kindness. There's a young woman named Emily who comes in after her shift at a bar down the street. She's a bartender, working her way through graduate school, studying psychology. Emily sees people at their worst, drunk and uninhibited, saying and doing things they'll regret. But she's remarkably non-judgmental about it. I asked her how she avoided becoming cynical. She said that bartending had taught her that everyone is fighting a battle you know nothing about. The guy who drinks too much and gets aggressive. Maybe he just lost his job. The woman crying at the end of the bar. Maybe she just got a devastating diagnosis. The couple arguing loudly. Maybe they're dealing with infertility or financial ruin. You never know what people are carrying, what weight they're under. She said it made her more compassionate, less quick to judge. I wrote it down. Everyone is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Be kind. You never know what someone is carrying. There's a man named Tom who comes in every Sunday night around midnight. Tom is a high school teacher, and he uses Sunday nights to prepare for the week ahead. He sits in a corner booth, grades papers, plans liens, drinks endless cups of coffee. Tom has been teaching for 25 years, and he's one of those teachers who really cares, who goes above and beyond for his students. I asked Tom once why he kept teaching when it's such a demanding, often thankless job. He said that teaching had taught him about delayed gratification. You don't always see the results of your work immediately. A kid who struggles in your class might not appreciate what you taught them until years later. You plant seeds, he said, but you don't always get to see them grow. You have to trust that your work matters, even when you can't see the immediate results. That's true in teaching, but it's true in a lot of life. Sometimes you're planting seeds for a future you won't personally witness. I wrote it down. You're planting seeds, not harvesting crops. Trust that your work matters, even when you can't see immediate results. There's a woman named Linda who comes in after her cleaning shift at the office buildings downtown. She's in her 60s, has been doing janitorial work for decades. Linda is one of the happiest people I know, always smiling, always has a kind word for everyone. I asked her once what her secret was, how she stayed so positive doing work that a lot of people look down on. Linda said that cleaning had taught her that there's dignity in all work, that making spaces clean and pleasant for others was a service that mattered. She said people underestimate the impact of environment, how much a clean, organized space affects mood and productivity. She took pride in doing her work well, in knowing that people walked into offices she had cleaned and felt better because of her work, even if they never knew she existed. The invisibility didn't bother her. The work itself was the reward. I wrote it down. There's dignity in all work. Service matters, even when it's invisible. Take pride in doing any job well. There's a graduate student named Alex who comes in during finals weeks, camping out for hours with textbooks and energy drinks. Alex is studying philosophy, which seems like an impractical choice to a lot of people, but Alex doesn't care. Philosophy, they told me, had taught them how to think clearly, how to question assumptions, how to examine ideas rigorously. I asked Alex what the most important philosophical lesson was. They thought for a long time, then said it was probably the idea that you should question everything, including your own beliefs. Most people go through life never examining why they believe what they believe, never questioning whether their assumptions are true. Philosophy trains you to ask, why? To dig deeper, to not accept things at face value. That skill, Alex said, was valuable in every area of life. Don't just accept what you're told. Think critically. Ask questions. Be willing to change your mind when presented with better evidence. I wrote it down. Question everything, including your own beliefs. Think critically. Be willing to change your mind. There's a couple, Helen and George, who come in every Saturday night at 11, like clockwork. They're both in their 70s, been married for over 50 years. They sit in the same booth, order the same food, and talk for hours. Sometimes they hold hands across the table. It's incredibly sweet to watch. I asked them once what the secret to a long marriage was. They looked at each other and laughed. Then George said there was no secret, just commitment and work. Marriage, he said, wasn't about finding the perfect person. It was about choosing someone, and then choosing them again every day, even on the days when you didn't feel like it. Helen added that it was also about maintaining individual identities. They had their own hobbies, their own friends, their own interests. They came together as whole people, not as half people looking to be completed. I wrote it down. Marriage is about choosing someone every day. Maintain your individual identity. Come together as whole people. There's a veteran named James who comes in irregularly, usually when he can't sleep. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan, did 2 tours, came back with PTSD. James is working on his recovery, seeing therapists, taking medication, trying to rebuild a normal life. Some nights are harder than others, and those are the nights he ends up at the diner. I asked James once what combat had taught him about life. He said it had taught him about presence, about being fully in the moment. In combat, you can't afford to be distracted. You have to be completely present, or you die. That skill, that ability to be fully where you are, had helped him in civilian life. When the PTSD gets bad, when the memories and anxiety threaten to overwhelm him, he practices presence, focusing on what's in front of him, on his breath, on the sensory details of the moment. It's a survival skill in combat, and a coping skill in life. I wrote it down. Practice presence. Be fully in the moment. It's a survival skill and a life skill. There's an artist named Maya who comes in to sketch. She sits for hours drawing the other customers, the interior of the diner, the view out the window. Maya makes a living as a commercial artist, but her real passion is fine art. She's had a few shows at local galleries, sold some pieces, but she's not famous or wealthy. She doesn't seem to care. I asked Maya once what art had taught her about life. She said that art had taught her that perfection is the enemy of creation. If you wait until you can create something perfect, you'll never create anything. You have to be willing to make bad art, to experiment, to fail, to create things that don't work. The process is more important than the product. She said that applied to everything in life. Don't wait until conditions are perfect to start something. Start messy. Improve as you go. I wrote it down. Perfection is the enemy of creation. Start messy. The process matters more than the product. There's a man named David who comes in to write. He's working on a novel, has been for years. David works a day job he hates, but he writes every night, chipping away at his book a few hundred words at a time. He doesn't know if he'll ever publish it, doesn't know if anyone will read it, but he writes anyway. I asked David why he kept writing when there was no guarantee of success. He said that writing had taught him that you have to do things for their own sake, not for the outcome. He writes because writing makes him feel alive, makes him feel like he's creating something meaningful. Whether it gets published or read doesn't change the value of the act itself. Too many people only do things that have guaranteed outcomes, he said. They miss out on the things that matter most, the things you do simply because they're worth doing. I wrote it down. Do things for their own sake, not for the outcome. The act itself has value regardless of results. There's a woman named Carol who comes in after her shift at the suicide prevention hotline. She volunteers there several nights a week, talking to people in crisis, people on the edge. It's heavy, difficult work, and I asked her once how she handled it emotionally. Carol said that working the hotline had taught her that listening, really listening, was one of the most powerful things you can do for another person. Most people in crisis don't need advice. They need to be heard. They need someone to bear witness to their pain without judgment or platitudes. Just listening, just being present, can literally save lives. She said we underestimate the power of simply paying attention to each other. I wrote it down. Listening is one of the most powerful things you can do for another person. Don't underestimate the power of attention. There's a taxi driver named Ahmed who comes in during his breaks. Ahmed is an immigrant, came to this country 15 years ago with almost nothing. He's worked incredibly hard, saved money, put 2 kids through college. He's proud of what he's accomplished, but also realistic about how difficult it's been. I asked Ahmed what immigrating had taught him. He said it had taught him that home is what you make, not where you're from. He misses his birth country, but he's built a home here through relationships, through community, through the life he's created. Home, he said, is about the people you love and the connections you maintain, not about geography. You can create home anywhere if you're willing to invest in building it. I wrote it down. Home is what you make, not where you're from. Build it through relationships and community. There's a retired professor named Dr. Wilson who comes in to read. He taught literature at the university for 40 years before retiring. Now he's working his way through all the books he never had time to read during his career. He comes to the diner because he likes the background noise. Says it helps him focus better than silence. I asked Dr. Wilson what a lifetime of reading and teaching literature had taught him. He said that literature had taught him that all human experiences are universal. The things that feel uniquely personal to us, our fears and hopes and struggles. People have been writing about them for thousands of years. There's comfort in that, he said. Whatever you're going through, someone else has been through it too. You're not alone. Literature connects us across time and space, reminds us of our shared humanity. I wrote it down. Your experiences aren't unique. Others have felt what you feel. You're not alone. We're all connected. I've filled 3 notebooks now with these observations. These pieces of wisdom from the night crowd at Mel's Diner. I keep them behind the counter. And sometimes during slow periods, I'll flip through them, reminding myself of the lessons I've learned from these people. The interesting thing is that none of these people are famous. They're not celebrities or experts or thought leaders. They're just regular people living regular lives, working night shifts and dealing with their own challenges. But they've all learned something valuable through their experiences, and they've been willing to share it with a waitress at a diner in the middle of the night. I think there's something about the late night hours that makes people more open, more willing to be real. The defenses come down. The social masks slip off. In the vulnerable hours between midnight and dawn, people are more themselves, more willing to share the truths they've learned. I've started sharing some of these lessons with other customers when it seems appropriate. When someone comes in stressed about a work situation, I might share what Tom the teacher said about delayed gratification. When someone is dealing with loss, I might share what Frank said about the importance of routine. I've become a kind of conduit, passing along wisdom from one night owl to another. Some regulars know about the notebooks now. They'll ask what new wisdom I've collected, or they'll contribute their own. The notebooks have become a community project in a way, a collective gathering of life lessons from people who are awake when the world sleeps. I've thought about what I'll do with these notebooks eventually. Maybe publish them somehow. Create a book of life advice from diner customers. Or maybe just keep them for myself. A personal collection of wisdom gathered from the most unlikely of sources. For now, they stay behind the counter, growing thicker with each passing week. Working the night shift at a diner isn't glamorous. The pay is mediocre, the hours are hard on your body, and you deal with your share of difficult customers. But these notebooks, these lessons, these connections with the fascinating humans who populate the night, they make it worthwhile. I've learned more about life from my late-night regulars than I ever learned in school. Ray the truck driver taught me about acceptance. Patricia the nurse taught me about perspective. Frank taught me about routine. Sarah the engineer taught me about failure. Marcus the cop taught me about noticing goodness. Emily the bartender taught me about compassion. Tom the teacher taught me about delayed gratification. Linda the janitor taught me about dignity. Alex the philosopher taught me about questioning. Helen and George taught me about commitment. James the veteran taught me about presence. Maya, the artist, taught me about imperfection. David, the writer, taught me about intrinsic value. Carol, from the hotline, taught me about listening. Ahmed, the taxi driver, taught me about home. Dr. Wilson taught me about connection. These lessons, gathered page by page in cheap spiral notebooks, represent the accumulated wisdom of ordinary people living extraordinary lives in quiet ways. They've taught me that wisdom doesn't come from credentials or status. It comes from experience, from paying attention, from being willing to learn from whatever life throws at you. I work at a 24-hour diner, and I've been documenting life advice from our regular late-night customers. It's become my education, my philosophy, my guide for living. Every shift, I have the opportunity to learn something new from someone who's awake when they should be sleeping, sharing their hard-won insights with a waitress who cares enough to write them down. The world is full of teachers if you're willing to be a student. Sometimes they're wearing uniforms. Sometimes they're carrying textbooks. Sometimes they're just tired people ordering coffee at 3 a.m. who happen to know something valuable about how to live. I'm grateful for every one of them, for every lesson they've taught me, for every entry in my notebooks. The notebooks continue to grow, and so do I. Every shift brings new wisdom, new perspectives, new reminders that we're all in this together, all trying to figure out how to live good lives. The night shift at Mel's Diner is my classroom, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Story 7. I've been a funeral director for 15 years. It's not the career I imagined as a kid, but it found me during a difficult time in my life, and I've come to love it in ways I never expected. Most people think this job is depressing, that I must be surrounded by grief and sadness all the time. And yes, there's grief, but there's also celebration, closure, love, humor, and occasionally, the most wonderfully bizarre requests you can imagine. About 5 years ago, I started keeping a private journal of unusual last wishes. Not the standard requests for specific songs or flower arrangements, but the truly creative, unexpected, sometimes hilarious things people ask for in their final arrangements. These requests tell stories about who people were, what they valued, how they wanted to be remembered. I've learned more about living from planning funerals than I ever expected. The journal started with Mr. Henderson. He came into my office on a Tuesday afternoon, healthy and in his early 70s, to pre-plan his funeral. Pre-planning isn't unusual. Many people do it to spare their families the burden of making decisions while grieving. Mr. Henderson sat down, declined my offer of coffee, and pulled out a handwritten list of requirements for his funeral. Most of the list was standard. He wanted cremation, a simple memorial service, donations to a wildlife charity instead of flowers. But then, we got to item 7. He wanted his ashes mixed with bird seed and distributed in feeders throughout the local park, where he had spent 30 years birdwatching. He wanted to quite literally become part of the ecosystem he had loved, to nourish the birds that had brought him so much joy. I sat there for a moment, unsure if this was legal or even possible. Mr. Henderson looked at me seriously and said he had already researched the regulations. It was permissible, as long as the ashes were scattered on public land with permission, and mixing them with birdseed didn't violate any health codes, since birds aren't subject to the same regulations as humans. He had even contacted the Park Service, and they had approved the plan. We executed his wishes 3 years later when he passed from a heart attack. His daughter and I spent a morning filling bird feeders throughout the park with this special mixture. She told me her father would have loved the absurdity of it, the idea of being quite literally for the birds. That was when I started the journal. If Mr. Henderson could have such a creative, meaningful final wish, how many others were out there? Mrs. Chen wanted her funeral to be a cooking class. She had been a chef for 50 years, had run a small restaurant that was beloved in the community. Her instructions were explicit. No sad music, no eulogy in the traditional sense. Instead, she wanted her children to teach attendees how to make her signature dumplings. She left detailed recipes and instructions. Everyone who attended would learn to make her dumplings, would take home the recipe, would carry forward her culinary legacy. We held the service in the community center kitchen. 40 people showed up, and her 3 children walked everyone through the process of making dumplings from scratch. People laughed and cried while folding dough and mixing filling. They shared stories about Mrs. Chen while their hands worked. At the end, everyone sat together and ate the dumplings they had made. It was the most joyful funeral I've ever attended. Mrs. Chen understood that food brings people together, and she wanted her final gathering to embody that truth. Mr. Patterson requested that his funeral be held at the local movie theater. He had been a film projectionist for 40 years before digital cinema made his job obsolete. He wanted his memorial service to include a screening of his favorite film, Casablanca, on the big screen. His family and friends filled the theater, and we held a brief service before the movie started. Then we all watched Casablanca together, laughing and crying at the appropriate moments. Mr. Patterson's urn sat in the front row. His widow said he would have loved having a full house one more time. There was a woman named Sandra who requested that everyone attending her funeral bring a plant. Not flowers for the service, but actual potted plants. She wanted her memorial to be a plant exchange. People would bring plants, share cuttings, trade seeds, talk about gardening. Sandra had been an environmental activist and master gardener. She hated the waste of cut flowers that would just die and be thrown away. She wanted something living, something that would continue growing after her death. We held her service in a greenhouse at the Botanical Gardens. People brought plants of all kinds: succulents, herbs, flowering plants, vegetable seedlings. After the formal memorial, everyone spent an hour exchanging plants and gardening tips. People left with new plants and the knowledge that Sandra had created life even in death. Her daughter told me that Sandra would have been thrilled to know that her funeral resulted in dozens of new gardens being planted. Mr. O'Brien was a retired firefighter who requested a very specific final arrangement. He wanted his cremated remains placed in fireworks and set off over the lake where he had proposed to his wife 50 years earlier. This one required significant research and coordination. We found a specialty fireworks company that could safely incorporate cremated remains into professional-grade fireworks. We obtained all necessary permits. On the anniversary of his proposal, his family and the entire fire department gathered at the lake. As the sun set, the fireworks launched. Brilliant colors exploded across the sky, and somewhere in that light and sound was Mr. O'Brien, going out in the blaze of glory he had always wanted. His wife stood with tears streaming down her face, smiling, saying he always did know how to make an entrance and an exit. The fire chief said it was the most fitting tribute to a firefighter he had ever seen. There was a professor named Dr. Ellis, who taught literature for 45 years. She requested that her funeral be structured like a seminar on death in literature. She left a reading list and discussion questions. Her colleagues and former students gathered in a university lecture hall, and for 3 hours, they discussed poems and passages about death, mortality, and remembrance. They debated interpretations, shared favorite quotes, argued about meaning just as they had in her classes. Dr. Ellis understood that intellectual engagement was a form of love, and she wanted her final gathering to honor that. A man named Carlos requested that his wake be held at the auto shop, where he had worked for 30 years. No funeral home, no church, just the shop. We set up chairs in the garage bay, arranged flowers on the tool chests, and placed his urn on the hood of a pristine 1907 Mustang he had restored. His coworkers and customers came in their work clothes, shared stories while leaning against cars, laughed about his terrible jokes and perfectionist standards. The shop owner said Carlos had spent more waking hours there than anywhere else. It made sense to say goodbye in the place that had been his second home. There was a woman named Margaret, who had been a librarian. She requested that instead of flowers or donations, people bring their favorite books to her memorial. The books would be given away to attendees, with people selecting books at random. She wanted one final circulation, one last chance to connect people with stories. We filled tables with hundreds of books people brought. After the service, everyone selected a book to take home. A cookbook, a mystery novel, a poetry collection. Margaret created one final opportunity for discovery, for that magic moment when the right book finds the right reader. A veteran named William requested military honors, but with a twist. He wanted the ceremony to include his dog, a German shepherd named Duke, who had been his companion for 10 years. Duke wore a special vest, marking him as an honorary member of the honor guard. He walked in the procession, sat at attention during the ceremony, and was presented with the folded flag alongside William's widow. The other veterans said that William would have insisted on it that Duke had been battle buddy in the fight against loneliness and PTSD. There was an artist named Sophia who requested that her memorial be an art installation. She left detailed instructions for creating a participatory piece. Attendees were given paint, brushes, and a large canvas. Throughout the service, people added to the painting, creating a collaborative abstract work. Some painted symbols, some added words, some just made marks in colors that reminded them of Sophia. The finished piece was chaotic and beautiful and entirely unique. It now hangs in a community art center, a living memorial that people continue to visit and discuss. A teacher named Mr. Brooks requested that his funeral include time for former students to solve math problems on a blackboard. He had taught high school mathematics for 35 years, and he wanted one last class. We set up a blackboard at the front of the funeral home. During the service, former students came forward and solved problems that Mr. Brooks had written out before his death. Some were simple equations. Some were complex proofs. People laughed when they got stuck, cheered when someone solved a particularly difficult problem. His widow said he would have given everyone an A for attendance. There was a woman named Helen who had collected teacups her entire life. She had hundreds of them, each with a story. She requested that each funeral attendee take home a teacup as a memorial. We displayed her entire collection, and people selected cups that spoke to them. Her daughter told stories about where different cups came from, the trips and gifts and random finds that had built the collection. Helen wanted her treasures to continue being used, to continue bringing beauty and function into people's daily lives. A man named Robert, who had been a meteorologist, requested that his ashes be released into a storm. Not just any storm, but a significant weather event. His family waited 8 months until a major thunderstorm system moved through the area. During a break in the rain, with lightning still visible in the distance and thunder rumbling, they released his ashes from a hilltop. Robert had spent his life studying weather. His son said it felt right to return him to the atmosphere he had loved, to let him become part of the water cycle he had explained to millions of viewers during his career as a TV weatherman. There was a woman named Joyce, who had been a social worker. She requested that instead of a traditional funeral, her family and friends spend the day volunteering at various charities she had supported. Different groups went to the food bank, the homeless shelter, the animal rescue, the literacy program. In the evening, everyone gathered to share stories about their volunteer experience and about Joyce. She had spent her life in service to others. She wanted her death to generate more service, more helping, more of what she believed made life meaningful. A musician named David requested a jazz funeral, New Orleans style, even though we were nowhere near New Orleans. We hired a brass band. The procession walked through downtown, playing somber dirges on the way to the cemetery and upbeat jazz on the way back. People on the streets stopped and watched, some joining the procession. David's friends danced in the streets, celebrating his life with movement and music. It was loud and joyful, and so perfectly suited to a man who had lived his life at full volume. There was a woman named Patricia who requested a silent funeral, completely silent. No music, no spoken eulogy, no words at all. People gathered and sat in silence for an hour, each person alone with their thoughts and memories of Patricia. She had been a meditation teacher, and she believed in the power of silence, of sitting with emotion without trying to explain or rationalize it. The silence was profound. People cried quietly, smiled at memories, held hands. Afterward, her daughter said the silence had allowed her to really feel her grief, instead of being distracted by speeches and songs. A man named Frank, who had been a stand-up comedian, requested that his funeral be a roast. His comedian friends took turns telling jokes at his expense, sharing embarrassing stories, making fun of his bad habits and failed relationships. The room filled with laughter. Frank's brother said that Frank would have hated a somber, serious funeral. He had spent his life making people laugh, and he wanted one more show, one more chance to be the source of joy and humor. There was a woman named Elizabeth, who had been a quilter. She requested that her funeral include a quilting bee. People gathered with fabric and thread, and spent the afternoon creating quilt squares in her memory. The squares were later assembled into memorial quilts that were donated to the Children's Hospital. Elizabeth had made hundreds of quilts for charity during her life. She wanted her death to result in more quilts, more warmth, more comfort for children who needed it. A man named George, who had been a competitive chess player, requested that his memorial include a simultaneous chess exhibition. Several local chess masters played against multiple opponents at once, all in George's memory. The games continued for hours, with people rotating in and out. George's trophies were displayed around the room. His grandson, also a chess player, said that George would have loved watching all these games happening at once, would have offered commentary and criticism and praise. There was a woman named Ruth, who had been a dancer. She requested that her funeral be held in a dance studio, and that people spend time dancing together. We played music she had loved, from classical ballet to contemporary jazz. People danced alone, in pairs, in groups. Some were trained dancers. Others hadn't danced in years. Ruth's dance company performed a piece they had choreographed in her honor. Her sister said Ruth believed that dance was prayer, that moving your body was a way of honoring being alive. What better way to honor her death? A man named Anthony, who had been a boat builder, requested that his ashes be incorporated into a boat. A local craftsman built a small wooden boat and mixed Anthony's ashes into the wood filler used in the construction. The boat was launched at a ceremony attended by his family and fellow boat builders. It now lives at a maritime museum where school groups learn about traditional boat building. Anthony is literally part of the educational program, teaching future generations about the craft he loved. There was a woman named Diane who had been a beekeeper. She requested that her ashes be scattered in the field where her beehives were located. But she also requested that everyone attending wear beekeeper suits. We looked like a gathering of astronauts, all in white protective gear, as we performed the ceremony surrounded by flowering plants and the sound of bees. Diane's apprentice, who had taken over her hives, said that Diane would have loved the absurdity of it. The image of all these people suited up just to scatter ashes in a field. A man named Richard, who had been a train enthusiast, requested that his funeral procession travel by rail. We chartered a vintage train car, and everyone rode from the funeral home to the cemetery by train. Richard had spent his retirement volunteering at the Railroad Museum, and the museum staff operated the train as a tribute. His collection of model trains was displayed in the train car during the journey. His daughter said that Richard had dreamed of one last train ride, and even though he couldn't experience it, she felt his presence in the rhythm of the rails. There was a woman named Linda, who had been a crossword puzzle creator. She requested that her obituary be written as a crossword puzzle, with clues about her life and the answers forming a message. The puzzle was published in the local paper, and people spent days solving it. The final message spelled out her philosophy of life, something about finding joy in wordplay and always looking for connections. Linda's editor said it was the most Linda thing possible, turning even death into a puzzle to be solved. A man named Walter, who had been a pilot, requested that his ashes be taken up in a small plane and scattered over the countryside where he had learned to fly 60 years earlier. His son, also a pilot, flew the plane while Walter's granddaughter scattered the ashes through a special port. The family and friends gathered at the small airport, watching the plane make lazy circles overhead. Walter's wife said he was finally free, finally flying, without limitations. These requests, and hundreds of others I've documented, have taught me something important. Death doesn't have to be approached with only solemnity and sadness. Yes, there's grief. Yes, there's loss. But there can also be creativity, humor, celebration, and meaning. The people who make unusual final requests aren't being disrespectful. They're being themselves, authentic to the end, insisting that their final gathering reflect who they truly were. I've learned that funeral traditions are just that, traditions. They're not rules. They can be modified, adapted, or completely reimagined to serve the people they're meant to honor. A funeral that makes mourners laugh isn't wrong. A memorial that includes activities instead of speeches isn't inappropriate. These ceremonies are for the living, to help process grief and celebrate life. If a cooking class or a chess tournament or a train ride accomplishes that better than a traditional service, then that's what should happen. The unusual requests have also taught me about living. These people thought carefully about how they wanted to be remembered, what mattered to them, what would best represent their values and passions. In planning their deaths, they clarified what made their lives meaningful. Mr. Henderson wanted to nourish birds. Mrs. Chen wanted to share her culinary knowledge. Mr. Patterson wanted to bring people together for a movie. Each request was a distillation of a life's passion. I've started asking people who come in for pre-planning if there's anything unconventional they want. Not everyone does, and that's fine. Traditional services are meaningful and appropriate for many people, but I want to make sure people know they have options, that their funeral can be as unique as they are. Some of my favorite conversations happen when I ask this question. People light up. They start imagining possibilities. The retired teacher who wants people to read banned books at her funeral. The gardener who wants people to plant trees. The photographer who wants a slideshow, but only of bad photos. The outtakes and mistakes that show real life instead of curated perfection. These conversations are gifts. People share their values, their humor, their creativity. They tell me what really mattered in their lives, and I get to help them create a final experience that honors who they were, not who convention says they should be. I continue to document these unusual requests in my journal. Each entry reminds me that death is personal, that grief is individual, that there's no single right way to say goodbye. The journal has become a testament to human creativity and the beautiful, bizarre, touching ways people choose to be remembered. I'm a funeral director, and I started documenting unusual last wishes. What began as a curiosity has become a profound education in living. These people, in planning their deaths, have taught me how to live more authentically, more creatively, more true to myself. They've shown me that even at the end, we have choices. We can follow tradition or create our own. We can be somber or joyful or anything in between. We can make our final act a statement about what we valued, what we loved, who we were. Every unusual request I fulfill reminds me that life is short and should be lived fully, authentically, without apology. And when it's time for my own funeral, you can bet it will be something memorable. I'm still deciding what, but I know it won't be traditional. How could it be, after all I've learned from the wonderful, creative, authentic people who have trusted me with their final wishes? The journal continues to grow, one unusual request at a time. Each one a reminder that even in death, we can be fully gloriously ourselves. Story 8. I've been the keeper of Harmon Point Lighthouse for 8 years now. It's one of the last manned lighthouses on the East Coast, maintained more for historical purposes than navigational necessity, in this age of GPS and satellite technology. The lighthouse sits on a rocky outcrop, accessible by a narrow causeway that floods during high tide, cutting off the lighthouse from the mainland for several hours twice a day. It's isolated, peaceful, and exactly what I needed when I took this job after burning out from a career in corporate law. The lighthouse is open to visitors during daylight hours. Most days we get a handful of tourists who climb the 147 steps to the top, take photos of the view, and leave. But some visitors stay longer. They sit on the benches outside, stare at the ocean, and seem to be working through something. I've learned to recognize that look, that particular kind of contemplation that comes when someone is at a crossroads. 3 years ago, I placed a guest book in the visitor area. Not the typical guest book where people write their names and hometowns. This one had a specific prompt on the first page. It read, "If you're standing at a crossroads in your life, write about it here." Sometimes putting words on paper helps clarify the path forward. Your story might also help someone else who stops here facing their own decision. I didn't expect much response, but people started writing. Not everyone, but the ones who needed to. The guest book filled up within 6 months. I started a second one, then a third. I'm now on the 7th guest book, and I've read every single entry. These aren't casual tourist observations. They're raw, honest accounts of people facing major life decisions, standing at their own personal crossroads, trying to figure out which path to take. I've started keeping notes on the entries that particularly move me, the ones that seem to capture universal human struggles. I've learned that the same questions come up again and again, across different lives and circumstances. Should I stay, or should I go? Should I be practical, or follow my passion? Should I forgive, or walk away? Should I risk everything for a dream, or accept the safety of what I have? Let me share some of what people have written. A woman in her late 30s wrote about leaving her marriage. She had been with her husband for 15 years, since college. They had built a life together, bought a house, established careers. But she had fallen out of love years ago, and staying felt like a lie. She was terrified of starting over, of hurting someone she still cared about, even if she didn't love him romantically anymore. She wrote about the guilt, the fear of making a mistake, the worry that she was throwing away something good because she was chasing some fantasy of passionate love that might not exist. She came back 6 months later and added to her entry. She had left. It had been painful and messy and hard, but she felt like she could breathe again. She didn't know if she would find that passionate love she longed for, but at least she wasn't living a lie anymore. She wrote that sometimes the right path is the harder one, and you just have to trust that you'll survive the difficulty. A man in his 50s wrote about being laid off after 25 years with the same company. He had defined himself by his work, and suddenly that identity was gone. He was facing a choice. He could look for another corporate job, try to recreate what he had lost, or he could use his severance and savings to finally pursue woodworking, something he had loved since he was a teenager, but had never considered a viable career. He wrote about the fear of financial instability, of being judged for choosing craft over career, of failing at the thing he loved and losing it as a source of joy. He never came back to update his entry, but he sent me a letter a year later. He had set up a small woodworking shop. He wasn't making as much money, but he was making enough. More importantly, he was happy. He woke up excited to work, instead of dreading it. He thanked me for maintaining the lighthouse and the guest book, said that writing out his thoughts had helped him realize that he had been seeking permission to follow his passion, and the act of writing gave him that permission. A college student wrote about choosing a major. Her parents wanted her to study medicine, follow in her father's footsteps. But she loved literature, wanted to study poetry and writing. She knew the practical arguments against it, had heard them all, but she couldn't shake the feeling that spending 4 years studying something that didn't light her up inside was a waste, regardless of the career prospects afterward. She wrote about disappointing her parents, about feeling selfish for wanting to follow her passion when they were paying for school. She came back during her senior year. She had switched to English literature. Her parents had been upset initially, but had come around. She was applying to MFA programs in creative writing. She didn't know if she would ever make a living as a writer, but she knew she had made the right choice for herself. She wrote that you can't live your life for other people's approval, even when those people are your parents who love you and want the best for you. An older woman, probably in her 70s, wrote about whether to move into assisted living. Her children wanted her to, worried about her living alone after she had a fall. But she loved her home, the independence, the garden she had tended for 40 years. She felt like moving into a facility would be admitting defeat, accepting that her active life was over. But she also recognized that her children's fears weren't unreasonable, that another fall could have serious consequences. She updated her entry 3 months later. She had moved into a senior living community, but she had made it work for her. She found one with garden plots for residents and had started a community garden. She was teaching other residents to garden, had made new friends, and admitted that the social interaction was good for her. She still missed her house, but she had brought what mattered, her love of growing things and connecting with people through that shared activity. A young man wrote about coming out to his family. He was gay, had known for years, but his family was religious and conservative. He was afraid of rejection, of losing the people he loved. But he was also exhausted from hiding, from the constant performance of being someone he wasn't. He wrote about the loneliness of the closet, the fear of the unknown outside it, the impossible choice between authenticity and belonging. He came back a year later with his boyfriend. They signed the guest book together. His family had struggled with his coming out, but they were working on it. Some family members had been immediately supportive. Others needed time. He had lost a few people, which hurt. But he had also discovered who truly loved him unconditionally. He wrote that living authentically was worth the cost, that hiding yourself slowly kills you in ways that are harder to see than outright rejection. A middle-aged woman wrote about having an affair. She had been married for 20 years, and the marriage had become distant, more roommates than romantic partners. She had met someone at work who made her feel alive again. She hadn't acted on it yet, but she was tempted. She wrote about guilt, about the vows she had made, about whether it was nobler to stay in a loveless marriage or to pursue happiness even if it meant breaking promises and hurting people. She never updated her entry, but I think about her sometimes. I hope she found a resolution, whether that meant working on her marriage or ending it honestly or something else entirely. Her entry reminds me that not all crossroads have clear right answers, that sometimes every path involves loss. A recent college graduate wrote about job offers. He had one offer from a prestigious company in a city far from home, good money and career prospects. Another offer was local, less prestigious, less money, but would allow him to stay near his aging parents and his longtime girlfriend. He wrote about ambition versus connection, about whether choosing family over career made him less driven or more wise, about fear of regret, regardless of which choice he made. He came back 2 years later. He had taken the local job and married his girlfriend. His father had been diagnosed with cancer 6 months after he started work, and being nearby meant he could help his mother, visit his father regularly during a treatment. His father was in remission now, and the graduate wrote that he would have missed that time if he had moved away, would have regretted it forever. Career opportunities come and go, he wrote, but time with people you love is finite. and irreplaceable. An artist wrote about giving up her art. She had been trying to make it as a painter for 10 years, barely scraping by financially, constantly stressed about money. She had been offered a job teaching art at a high school. Stable income, benefits, but less time for her own work. She felt like taking the job would be admitting failure, giving up on the dream. But she was exhausted from the struggle, from the constant financial anxiety. She updated 6 months after starting the teaching job. She loved teaching, found it fulfilling in ways she hadn't expected, and having financial stability had actually freed her artistically. She wasn't painting to try to sell anymore, wasn't making art for a market. She was painting for herself again, for the joy of it. Sometimes, she wrote, what feels like giving up is actually letting go of an unsustainable version of a dream, so you can find a sustainable one. A man wrote about forgiving his brother. They had been estranged for 5 years after a fight about their father's estate. The man's wife was pushing him to reconcile, said life was too short for grudges. But he felt justified in his anger, felt like his brother had wronged him, and never properly apologized. He wrote about the tension between righteous anger and the desire for family peace, about whether forgiveness required an apology or could be unilateral. He came back a year later. His brother had died suddenly, in a car accident. They never reconciled. The man wrote about regret, about how being right felt meaningless now, about how he would give anything for one more chance to choose connection over pride. It was one of the saddest entries in all the guest books, a warning about the cost of holding grudges. A woman wrote about whether to have children. She was 38, had always been ambivalent about motherhood. Her husband wanted kids, and she felt pressure from family and friends. But she genuinely wasn't sure she wanted to be a mother, and she knew that having a child she wasn't fully committed to would be unfair to everyone. She wrote about the irreversibility of the decision, about societal expectations versus personal truth, about the fear of regret, either way. She never came back, and I respect that. Some crossroads are too personal to share the resolution publicly, but I hope she found peace with whatever decision she made, that she trusted herself enough to know what was right for her life. A retired man wrote about how to spend his remaining years. He had been given a diagnosis, cancer that was treatable, but serious. He was facing his mortality in a concrete way, for the first time. He had always planned to travel in retirement, see the world, but treatment would take a year or more, and he might not have energy for adventure after. Should he delay treatment and take the trips first, risking his health? Or do treatment and hope there would still be time after? He updated a year later. He had done treatment immediately and was in remission. He was taking smaller trips, less ambitious but still meaningful. He wrote that confronting mortality had taught him that there's no perfect time for anything, that waiting for ideal conditions means missing out on imperfect but real experiences. He was traveling when he felt well enough, staying home when he didn't, and learning to be present wherever he was. A young woman wrote about staying in her small hometown, or moving to the city. All her friends had left for bigger places, more opportunities. She felt stuck, but she also loved her town, had deep roots there, was close to her family. She worried she was staying out of fear, not choice. But she also worried that moving would mean chasing a version of success that didn't actually align with her values. She came back 2 years later. She had stayed, but she had stopped feeling stuck. She started a business in her town, got involved in community projects, realized that you can create opportunity anywhere if you're willing to work for it. Moving wasn't wrong, she wrote, but staying wasn't failure either. Both choices were valid. The key was owning the choice, making it actively rather than passively. A man in his 40s wrote about addiction recovery. He was 30 days sober, facing the decision to fully commit to recovery or continue cycling through periods of sobriety and relapse. He knew what he needed to do, meetings and therapy and cutting ties with using friends. But he was afraid of the work, the vulnerability, the person he would have to become to stay sober. He wrote that the crossroads wasn't about knowing the right path, but about finding the courage to walk it. He came back on his 1-year anniversary of sobriety. He brought his sponsor and his daughter. They all signed the guest book together. He wrote that the decision to commit to recovery was the hardest and best choice he had ever made, that choosing the difficult path, because it led somewhere worth going, was the most adult thing he had learned to do. A widow wrote about whether to start dating again. Her husband had died 2 years prior, and she felt ready to open her heart to someone new. But she also felt guilty, like moving on meant forgetting him, disrespecting their marriage. Her adult children had mixed reactions. She was navigating her own grief, while managing everyone else's opinions about how she should grieve. She came back 6 months later with her new partner. They had met at a grief support group, both widowed, both navigating the strange territory of second chance love. She wrote that loving someone new didn't diminish what she had with her husband, that the heart has infinite capacity if we let it expand rather than contract in grief. An entrepreneur wrote about whether to shut down his failing business or keep fighting for it. He had invested everything, years of work, and all his savings. The business was struggling, and the smart financial decision was probably to close it and cut his losses. But he believed in the product, in the vision. He wrote about the sunk cost fallacy, about knowing when to quit versus when to persevere, about the line between determination and delusion. He never came back, and I don't know what happened. But his entry stuck with me because it captured something universal: the difficulty of knowing when to hold on and when to let go, when persistence is courage and when it's stubbornness. A teacher wrote about retirement. She was eligible, had put in her 30 years, could leave with a full pension. But she still loved teaching, still felt effective in the classroom. She was tired, though, feeling the physical and emotional toll of the work. She wrote about identity, about who she would be without her career, about the fear of becoming irrelevant, about balancing self-care with purpose. She updated a year into retirement. She was volunteering as a tutor, mentoring new teachers, staying connected to education without the full-time grind. She had found that retirement didn't mean stopping, just shifting how and how much she contributed. She was reading more, traveling, learning to paint. She wrote that there's life after career, if you're willing to discover who you are beyond your job title. These entries, hundreds of them across 7 guest books, have taught me something profound. Everyone, absolutely everyone, faces crossroads. Moments when the path forward isn't clear, when every option involves sacrifice, when the right choice isn't obvious. These moments are universal human experiences, and yet we often face them feeling alone, like we're the only ones struggling with impossible decisions. The guest books have created a community of sorts, a conversation across time between people who will never meet but share the common experience of standing at a crossroads. People read previous entries before writing their own. They find comfort in knowing others have faced similar decisions, have survived the uncertainty, have found their way forward. I've seen patterns in the entries. Certain themes repeat. The tension between security and passion, the balance between individual dreams and family obligations, the question of when to hold on and when to let go, the struggle between being authentic and meeting others' expectations. These are the eternal human questions, and the Lighthouse guest books have become an unexpected archive of how ordinary people navigate them. Some visitors have told me that reading the guest books helped them more than writing in them. Seeing how others approached their crossroads, learning what people regretted and what they celebrated, understanding that uncertainty is normal and that there are multiple valid paths forward. The guest books have become a source of wisdom, a collection of lived experience generously shared. I've thought about publishing selections from the guest books, creating a book about crossroads and choices. But there's something sacred about the original context, about these words being written in a lighthouse, a literal beacon that helps people find their way. The metaphor is almost too perfect. People come to the lighthouse at crossroads in their lives, seeking clarity, seeking direction. Some find it in the quiet contemplation the location offers. Others find it in the act of writing. Still others find it in reading what previous visitors have written. The lighthouse itself has become part of the process. There's something about being surrounded by ocean, about the isolation during high tide, about the height of the tower and the expansive view that facilitates reflection. The physical experience of visiting supports the emotional and mental work people are doing. They climb the stairs, step by step, working toward a higher perspective. They stand at the top and see for miles, gaining a broader view of their situation. They descend, carrying whatever clarity they've found back to the mainland, back to their lives. I'm a lighthouse keeper, and I've been documenting messages left by people at crossroads in their lives. What started as a simple guest book has become a repository of human wisdom, a testament to the courage it takes to face difficult decisions, and a reminder that we're all navigating our own waters, all seeking our own light to guide us home. The 7th guest book is almost full. I've ordered the 8th. People keep coming, keep writing, keep sharing their struggles and their resolutions. The collection grows, entry by entry, crossroads by crossroads, choice by choice. And I keep reading, keep learning, keep being moved by the honesty and vulnerability and courage of strangers who stop at this lighthouse and trust their stories to the pages. Every entry reminds me that life is a series of crossroads, that uncertainty is constant, and that the bravest thing we can do is acknowledge when we don't know the right path and choose anyway, trusting ourselves to handle whatever comes from our choices. The lighthouse continues to guide ships, but the guest books guide something else entirely, helping people navigate the internal waters that are often more treacherous than any ocean. Story 9. I've been driving a taxi in the same small town for 12 years. It's not glamorous work, but it's honest, and it pays the bills. Our town only has 3 taxis total, and I work the evening and night shifts, roughly 4 in the afternoon until 2 in the morning. In a town of 15,000 people, you get to know the regulars pretty quickly. You learn their patterns, their destinations, their stories. About 4 years ago, I started noticing something. People talk differently in taxis right before major life events. There's a certain quality to these conversations, a vulnerability and honesty that doesn't exist in normal small talk. Maybe it's because a taxi is a liminal space between where you were and where you're going. Maybe it's because I'm a stranger who they'll probably never see again, making confession easier. Or maybe it's just that people need to process out loud before big moments, and I happened to be there. I started writing down these conversations, or at least the essence of them, in a notebook I keep in my glove compartment. Not word for word. I'm driving, after all. But the key points, the emotions, the insights people share in those moments before their lives change. I've documented conversations before weddings, before divorces, before job interviews, before confrontations, before declarations of love, before saying goodbye to dying relatives. These transitional moments, captured in 10 or 15-minute taxi rides, have taught me more about human nature than anything else in my life. Let me share some of what I've learned from the backseat of my taxi. I picked up a young woman from her apartment one evening, taking her to the courthouse. She was getting married at a small civil ceremony. No big wedding, no family present. Just her fiancé, and a judge. She was 23 years old and terrified. During the drive, she talked non-stop, not really to me, but out loud to herself, processing. She said she loved him, she was sure of that. But she was scared of marriage, of the permanence, of becoming someone's wife, when she barely felt like an adult herself. Her parents had a terrible marriage, divorced when she was young, and she had no model for what a healthy marriage looked like. She was afraid she would mess it up, repeat their mistakes, but she also said that fear wasn't a reason not to try, that her fiancé was patient and kind and they would figure it out together. By the time we got to the courthouse, she had talked herself into calmness. She thanked me, said she needed to say all that out loud to someone who wasn't him. I wished her luck. I never saw her again, but I think about that ride sometimes, how she used those 10 minutes to process her fear and choose courage anyway. I picked up a middle-aged man from a bar one night. He wasn't drunk, just nursing a beer while working up courage for what came next. He asked me to take him to a house on the other side of town. During the ride, he told me he was going to tell his wife he wanted a divorce. They had been married for 18 years, had 2 teenage kids. He still cared about her, but wasn't in love anymore. Maybe never had been. They had married young because she got pregnant, and they built a life together out of obligation more than passion. He said he had been planning this conversation for months, seeing a therapist to prepare, consulting a lawyer to understand his options. But he was still terrified. Terrified of hurting her, of disrupting his kids' lives, of the judgment from friends and family. He said he felt selfish, but he also felt like he was slowly disappearing inside a life that didn't fit him anymore. He was choosing authenticity over comfort, but the cost was going to be high. When we arrived, he sat in the car for a few extra minutes, staring at his house. Then he paid, took a deep breath, and walked to the door. I wondered how that conversation went, how everyone's life changed that night. The taxi ride was his last moment of hesitation before crossing a line he couldn't uncross. I picked up an elderly woman from a nursing home, taking her to the hospital. Her husband was dying. He had been in hospice care for a week, and the facility had just called to say it was time, that she should come if she wanted to say goodbye. She was 86 years old, and they had been married for 62 years. She didn't cry during the ride. She talked about their life together, the good parts and the hard parts, with remarkable clarity and acceptance. She said 62 years was more than most people got, that she was grateful for all of it, even the difficult stretches. She talked about their first date, their wedding, the birth of their children, the deaths of their parents, the moves and jobs and adventures and routines that made up 6 decades together. She said she wasn't ready to lose him, but she was ready to let him go, that those were 2 different things. Not ready for the grief and loneliness that would follow, but ready to release him from suffering, ready to say goodbye with love instead of clinging. The distinction stuck with me, being ready to let go even when you're not ready for what comes after. When we arrived at the hospital, she asked me to wait. I did, and 20 minutes later she came back out. He had died just before she arrived, but the nurse let her sit with him for a few minutes. She cried quietly in the back seat on the ride home. I didn't charge her for the second trip. Some moments are too sacred for business. I picked up a young man from his parents' house, taking him to the train station. He was leaving town for good, moving across the country for a job opportunity. But more than that, he was escaping. He told me his family was toxic, controlling, emotionally abusive. He had tried for years to maintain relationships with them while protecting his mental health, but it wasn't working. He was choosing distance, maybe permanent distance. He felt guilty about leaving, especially leaving his younger sister behind. But he also knew he couldn't save her, couldn't fix his family. He could only save himself. He talked about the therapy he had been doing, the work of separating his worth from his family's treatment of him, the permission he had given himself to prioritize his well-being over their expectations. He said the hardest part was accepting that they probably wouldn't understand, wouldn't respect his decision, would paint him as the villain in their version of the story. But he was learning that you can't control other people's narratives, only your own choices. He was choosing himself, and the taxi ride to the train station was the physical manifestation of an emotional journey he had been on for years. I picked up a woman from a coffee shop, taking her to a restaurant downtown. She was meeting someone she had met online, a first date after 2 years of being single, following a bad divorce. She was nervous, talking rapidly about how weird online dating was, how she wasn't sure she was ready, how she had almost canceled 3 times. But underneath the nervous chatter, there was excitement. She said her therapist had encouraged her to start dating again, not to find a relationship necessarily, but to practice being open, being vulnerable, being willing to connect. She had done a lot of work on herself over the past 2 years, and this date felt like a test. Could she show up authentically? Could she be herself without the defensive walls she had built during her marriage? She said she wasn't expecting love or even a second date. She was expecting an opportunity to practice the skills she had learned in therapy, being present, being honest about her needs, not accommodating at the expense of her own feelings. The date was less about him and more about who she was becoming. I picked up a teenager from his house late one night, taking him to the emergency room. He had finally worked up the courage to tell his parents he was suicidal, that he needed help. During the ride, he was shaking, from fear and relief in equal measure. He said he had been thinking about suicide for months, had made plans, had come close to acting on them. But something had stopped him, and tonight he had told his parents everything. He was terrified of what came next. Psychiatric evaluation, possible hospitalization, medication, therapy, his parents' reactions, his friends finding out. But he was also relieved to have said it out loud, to have asked for help. He said carrying the secret had been exhausting, and even though the road ahead looked hard, at least he wasn't alone on it anymore. I told him he was brave, that asking for help was one of the hardest and most important things a person could do. When we got to the ER, his parents were waiting. I watched them hug him, and I hoped he would be okay. Mental health crises are hard to document, hard to know the resolution, but I think about him sometimes, hope he found the help he needed. I picked up a woman from her apartment, taking her to her ex-boyfriend's place. She was going to try to get back together with him. They had broken up 6 months ago, and she had spent that time working on the issues that had contributed to the breakup. She had been in therapy, dealing with her anxiety and trust issues, learning better communication skills. She wasn't the same person who had been in that relationship before. She didn't know if he would take her back, didn't know if he had moved on or changed too much himself, but she needed to try. She said she had learned that you don't get closure from other people. You create it for yourself. If he said no, at least she would know she had tried, had shown up as her best self. And if he said yes, they would be starting fresh, both of them different people than they were before. She was nervous but grounded, hopeful but realistic. She had done the internal work, and now she was taking the external action. Whatever happened, she would handle it. The taxi ride was her transition from preparation to action. I picked up a man from a hotel, taking him to a conference center. He was giving a presentation that could make or break his career. He worked for a startup, and they were pitching to major investors. He was the CEO, and everything rode on his ability to sell the vision. He was terrified of failing, of letting down his team, of watching his dream collapse because he couldn't deliver a good presentation. He practiced parts of his pitch out loud during the ride, talking through his key points, his responses to likely questions, but mostly he talked about fear, about imposter syndrome, about feeling like he was one presentation away from everyone discovering he didn't know what he was doing. I told him everyone feels that way, that confidence comes from doing the thing despite the fear, not from the absence of fear. He said that helped, the reminder that fear was normal. He paid and headed into the conference center, shoulders squared, ready to perform despite the terror. I never found out how the presentation went, but I admired his willingness to show up and try. I picked up a young woman from the library, taking her to her childhood home. She was going to come out to her parents. She had known she was a lesbian since high school, but had hidden it through college, through family gatherings, through years of careful evasion and half-truths. She was 25 now, and tired of hiding. She had a girlfriend she loved, and she wanted her family to know her fully, even if they rejected her. She had prepared for the worst. She had savings in case they cut her off financially. She had friends ready to support her emotionally. She had rehearsed what she would say, how she would respond to different reactions. She was as ready as she could be. But she was still scared. Scared of losing her family, of confirming her fears that their love was conditional, of the grief that would come if they rejected her. But she said living in fear of rejection was its own kind of death, a slow suffocation of her authentic self. She would rather face potential rejection than continue hiding. She would rather know the truth of their love than maintain a relationship built on lies of omission. The taxi ride was her last few minutes as someone in the closet with her parents. After this, everything would change, for better or worse. I picked up a man from a bar, taking him to his girlfriend's apartment. He had bought an engagement ring and was planning to propose. No elaborate setup, no public display, just the two of them in her apartment, where they had spent so many quiet evenings together. He was excited and nervous, rehearsing what he wanted to say. He talked about how he knew she was the one, not because of dramatic passion or love at first sight, but because she was his best friend, his partner, the person he wanted to navigate life with. He said romantic comedies had given everyone the wrong idea about love, made it seem like it should be all butterflies and grand gestures. But real love, he said, was quieter. It was choosing each other every day, being a team, building something together. He was confident she would say yes, but nervous about the actual moment of asking, the vulnerability of it, the weight of the commitment. But he was ready to promise forever to someone who made forever seem appealing rather than frightening. I picked up a woman from her sister's house, taking her to the police station. She was going to report her husband for domestic violence. It had taken her 3 years to get to this point. 3 years of escalating abuse, of promises that he would change, of her making excuses for him. Her sister had finally convinced her that it would only get worse, that she needed to leave before he seriously injured or killed her. She was scared of so many things, of him finding out and retaliating, of the legal process, of having to relive the abuse in testimony, of starting over alone, of judgment from people who would ask why she stayed so long. But she was more scared of staying, of ending up as a statistic, of her children growing up thinking this was what love looked like. She said she felt ashamed that it took so long, that she believed his apologies so many times. But she was learning that shame was part of how abuse works, how it keeps you trapped. She was breaking the cycle, taking the first illegal step toward freedom. The taxi ride was a liminal space between victim and survivor, between trapped and escaping. I picked up an older man from a doctor's office, taking him home. He had just received a terminal diagnosis, cancer, stage 4, months to live, not years. He was 73, had lived a full life, and he wasn't angry about the diagnosis. He said he was surprised by how calm he felt, Death had always been abstract, and now it was concrete, scheduled, approaching. He talked about what he wanted to do with his remaining time, not bucket list adventures or expensive trips. He wanted to have conversations with his children and grandchildren, tell them things he had never said, make sure they knew how much he loved them. He wanted to get his affairs in order so his wife wouldn't have to deal with chaos on top of grief. He wanted to live deliberately, consciously, making the most of however much time he had left. He said the diagnosis was clarifying, that facing death made him realize how much time he had wasted on things that didn't matter. Work stress, minor conflicts, worries about things he couldn't control. He wished he had lived with this clarity all along, had focused on what really mattered from the beginning. But better late than never, he said. He would make his remaining months count. I picked up a young professional from her apartment, taking her to her office at midnight. She had quit earlier that day, walked out after a confrontation with her boss, but she left files and personal items at her desk, and security had agreed to let her in after hours to collect them. She was furious, righteous in her anger, telling me about the hostile work environment, the discrimination she had faced, the complaints she had filed that were ignored. But underneath the anger was fear. Fear that she had made a mistake, that she should have stayed and endured, that finding a new job would be difficult. Fear that she had burned a bridge, that her former boss would give her a bad reference. But she also felt liberated, like she had finally stood up for herself, had refused to accept treatment that violated her dignity. She said she didn't know what came next professionally, but she knew she couldn't stay in that environment. Her mental health was more important than a paycheck, her self-respect more valuable than job security. She was choosing herself. Consequences be damned. These conversations, dozens of them every month, have given me a unique perspective on human courage. Because that's what all these moments are, acts of courage. Choosing to marry, despite fear. Choosing to divorce despite judgment. Choosing to say goodbye to someone you love. Choosing to leave toxic family. Choosing to date after heartbreak. Choosing to ask for help. Choosing to be authentic despite risk. Choosing to pursue dreams despite fear of failure. The conversations happen in my taxi because it's a safe space, a confessional booth on wheels. People tell me things they might not tell anyone else because I'm a stranger who will drive away, taking their secrets with me. But I keep them, written in my notebook, honored and preserved as testaments to human bravery. I've learned that life-changing moments don't always feel momentous when they're happening. Sometimes they feel terrifying, sometimes exciting, sometimes just necessary. But they all require stepping into uncertainty, choosing to move forward despite not knowing how things will turn out. I've learned that people are stronger than they think they are. Everyone in my taxi was scared, but they were doing the thing anyway. They were showing up for their lives, making hard choices, taking risks. The taxi ride was often their last moment of hesitation before committing to action. I've learned that transitions are powerful, that the space between where you were and where you're going has its own significance. The taxi itself becomes symbolic, a vehicle for physical and emotional movement. People get in as one version of themselves and get out ready to become another. I've also learned that I'm honored to witness these moments. People trust me with their vulnerability, their fear, their hope. They let me see them in transition, in process, becoming. That's a privilege I don't take lightly. The notebook is full now, years of conversations documented in my handwriting. I've thought about what to do with it. Maybe nothing. Maybe just keep it as a private record of the courage I've witnessed. Or maybe share it somehow. Let people know that they're not alone in their fear. That everyone faces these moments. That choosing to act despite uncertainty is the most human thing we do. I'm a taxi driver in a small town, and I've been recording the last conversations people have before major life events. These conversations have taught me that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's movement despite fear. It's getting in the taxi and going to the place that scares you. It's saying the thing you're afraid to say. It's choosing change over stagnation, truth over comfort, yourself over others' expectations. Every shift, I have the privilege of being the last neutral party people talk to before their lives change. I take that responsibility seriously. I listen without judgment, offer encouragement when appropriate, and bear witness to their courage. Then I drive away, leaving them to face whatever comes next, carrying with me the story of their bravery. The notebook continues to fill, conversation by conversation, transition by transition, brave choice by brave choice. And I continue driving my routes, picking up passengers, listening to their stories, honoring their courage by documenting it carefully in my notebook. It's not glamorous work, but it's meaningful. I'm not just driving people from place to place. I'm witnessing transformation, documenting courage, bearing testimony to the beautiful, terrifying moments when people choose to change their lives. Story 10. I've worked at the Central Lost and Found office for the city's public transit system for 9 years. Buses, trains, subway stations, they all send unclaimed items to our warehouse eventually. Most people don't realize how much gets left behind on public transportation. Phones, wallets, keys, umbrellas, the usual suspects. But also stranger things: musical instruments, wedding dresses, urns containing ashes, prosthetic limbs, exotic pets, valuable artwork, and items so bizarre, I still can't explain what they were for. The process is straightforward. Items come in, we log them, we attempt to contact owners if there's identifying information, we hold them for 90 days, and then unclaimed items get donated, recycled, or disposed of depending on their nature and condition. I handle intake and cataloging, which means I see everything that comes through. And over the years, I've become fascinated by the items that never get claimed, the things people leave behind, and apparently don't miss enough to retrieve. About 5 years ago, I started keeping a separate record. Not the official database, but a personal journal, where I document the most interesting unclaimed items and speculate about their stories. I research when possible, using clues from the items themselves to piece together narratives about who owned them and why they might have been abandoned. Some items have obvious stories. Others remain mysteries. But all of them represent a moment when someone's grip on their possessions loosened, when something valuable or meaningful was left behind. Let me share some of the items and the stories I've uncovered or imagined. A violin case came in from the number 7 bus. Inside was a professional quality violin, easily worth several $1,000s. The case also contained sheet music, all classical pieces, heavily annotated with performance notes. There was a program from a recital dated 3 months prior, featuring a student named Sarah Hoffman performing a violin concerto. The program listed her as a senior at the local performing arts high school. I tried to contact her through the school, but they said she had graduated and moved away for college. They gave me her parents' number, and when I called, her mother said Sarah had given up violin. She had been accepted to a prestigious conservatory, but had declined, choosing to study biology instead. Her mother sounded sad about it, said Sarah had been playing since she was 5, but decided she didn't want music to be her career. She thanked me for calling, but said Sarah didn't want the violin back, that it represented a path she had chosen not to take. I kept the violin in our storage longer than the required 90 days, hoping Sarah might change her mind. She never did. Eventually, we donated it to a music program for underprivileged kids. But I think about Sarah sometimes, about the decision to leave behind something you spent years mastering, to walk away from one identity and choose another. The violin sat unclaimed because claiming it would have meant claiming a future she had rejected. A leather briefcase came in from the subway. Inside were documents for a business deal, contracts and financial projections, and strategic plans. But there was also a handwritten letter, never sent, addressed to someone named Michael. The letter was a resignation, explaining why the writer was leaving the company they had built together. The tone was regretful but firm, talking about sacrificed health, missed time with family, values compromised for profit. The letter ended with an apology and a goodbye. The business cards in the briefcase led me to a company that had recently been acquired by a larger corporation. When I called to report the found briefcase, they confirmed that one of the founding partners had resigned unexpectedly around the time the briefcase was lost. They gave me his contact information, and I left a message about the briefcase. He never called back. The briefcase remained unclaimed. I imagine him getting on that subway, briefcase in hand, going to deliver his resignation. And somewhere during that journey, he set it down and walked away, leaving behind not just the physical briefcase, but everything it represented. His old life, his business identity, the career he was abandoning. Sometimes I think items are left behind, not accidentally but unconsciously on purpose, a symbolic shedding of what we no longer want to carry. A wedding album came in from a bus, professional photos, beautiful ceremony, clearly expensive. The couple looked happy, surrounded by family and friends. The album was personalized with names, Emma and Jason, and a date from 2 years prior. Finding them was easy with social media, but when I reached out, Emma responded saying she didn't want it back. She said the marriage had ended badly, and seeing the photos was too painful. She had meant to throw the album away but couldn't bring herself to, and apparently leaving it on a bus was her compromise. She asked me to dispose of it, but I couldn't. The photos were too beautiful, too full of hope and joy. I kept thinking about all the people in those photos, the parents and grandparents and friends who attended that wedding, who celebrated that love. Eventually, I contacted Emma again and asked if I could remove their photos and give the album to someone else who might want a wedding album but couldn't afford professional photos. She said yes, as long as she didn't have to see it again. I found a young couple getting married at the courthouse who couldn't afford a photographer. I removed Emma and Jason from the album, leaving only the venue shots, the decorations, the flowers, the cake. I gave it to the new couple and suggested they might add their own photos in the spaces I had cleared. They were thrilled. The album found a second life, repurposed from a record of love lost to a template for love beginning. A journal came in from the train. Hundreds of pages, filled with handwriting, documenting someone's daily life over several years. The entries were mundane, what they ate, what they watched on TV, brief notes about work and errands. But they were also sad, the journal of someone profoundly lonely, someone whose days were empty of meaningful connection. No identifying information, no name anywhere in the journal. Just years of solitary routine, documented faithfully, then left behind. I read the entire journal, feeling like I was violating someone's privacy, but also compelled to bear witness to this life. The last entry was different from the others. It said, "I don't know who will read this, if anyone. But if you do, know that I was here. I lived. These were my days. They weren't exciting, but they were mine. I'm leaving this behind because I don't need it anymore. I'm trying something different. I'm going to talk to people instead of just writing to myself." That entry gave me hope that whoever wrote the journal was making a change, choosing connection over isolation. The journal itself was an artifact of their old life, left behind as they attempted a new one. I kept it. Couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Someone's life, documented for years, deserved to be preserved even if the author had moved on. A box of letters came in from a bus. Old letters, dated from the 1960s and 70s. Love letters between two men, Beautiful, passionate letters, full of longing and fear and hope. This was before gay marriage was legal, before being openly gay was safe in most places. The letters talked about secret meetings, coded language, the constant fear of discovery. But they also talked about love, deep and abiding love, between two people navigating a hostile world together. There was no way to identify the owner or the writers. The letters had been kept for decades, treasured and preserved, then left behind. I wondered if one of the men had died, if the survivor had kept the letters for years and finally decided to let them go. Or maybe they were found by family members who didn't know what to do with them, who left them on public transit hoping someone else would deal with them. I contacted the LGBTQ History Project at the local university. They were thrilled to receive the letters, said they were valuable historical documents showing queer life before the modern gay rights movement. The letters went into an archive where they'll be preserved and potentially used for research and education. What was left behind became part of history, a testament to love that persisted despite everything. A child's stuffed animal came in, a well-loved teddy bear showing years of affection. It was left on the subway with a note pinned to it. The note said, "This is Buttons. He's been my best friend since I was 3. I'm 11 now, and my mom says I'm too old for stuffed animals. I don't want to throw him away, so I'm leaving him here. Maybe a younger kid will find him and love him like I did." The note was heartbreaking. A child forced to give up something precious before they were ready. I tried to trace the owner through the note's handwriting and the subway route, but there wasn't enough to go on. Buttons sat in our storage, and I couldn't bring myself to follow procedure. A toy this loved deserved better than a donation bin. I took Buttons home. I cleaned him up, repaired a few seams, and took photos. I posted on social media, telling Buttons' story and asking if anyone had a young child who might need a friend. The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of people commented, sharing their own stories of beloved childhood toys, of being forced to grow up too fast. Eventually, I gave Buttons to a woman whose daughter was in the hospital with cancer. She said having a bear with a history, a bear who had been loved before, might comfort her daughter. She sent me photos a few weeks later. Her daughter with Buttons, smiling despite the hospital setting. The toy that one child was forced to abandon became a comfort to another child who needed it. Sometimes things are left behind, so they can find their way to where they're truly needed. A set of house keys came in, with an unusual keychain. A handmade ceramic piece, shaped like a heart. The keys were never claimed. After the 90-day period, I tried the keys indoors near where they were found. A long shot, but I was curious. Eventually, I found the lock they fit. An apartment in a building scheduled for demolition. I contacted the building management, and they confirmed that the tenant had been evicted months ago, had left suddenly, abandoning most of their possessions. The landlord had disposed of everything. The keys were all that remained of someone's home, someone's life, in that space. I kept the ceramic heart keychain, a small memorial to whoever made it, and whoever lived in that apartment. The keys themselves I threw away. They opened nothing anymore. A briefcase came in filled with self-help books, all heavily highlighted and annotated. Books about overcoming depression, building self-esteem, finding purpose. Tucked in one book was a list, goals written in neat handwriting. Get therapy. Make 3 friends. Find a job I don't hate. Exercise twice a week. Call mom once a week. Stop drinking. The list had check marks next to some items, question marks next to others. No identifying information, no way to return the briefcase. But the list suggested someone actively working on themselves, trying to build a better life. I hoped the unclaimed briefcase meant they had succeeded, had internalized the lessons from the books, and no longer needed the physical reminders. Or maybe it meant they had given up abandoned the effort along with the briefcase. No way to know. I donated the books to the library, but kept the list. It hangs in my office now, a reminder that everyone is fighting battles, working on themselves, trying to become better versions of who they are. A camera came in, an expensive professional DSLR with a memory card full of photos. Landscapes mostly, beautiful compositions, showing real skill. But also photos of a woman, the same woman in dozens of shots. Intimate photos, artistic nudes, portraits showing deep affection between photographer and subject. I tried to find the photographer through the camera's serial number and purchase records, but the trail went cold. The camera had been bought secondhand. I created a photo gallery online, posting the landscape photos and asking if anyone recognized the locations or the photographer's style. Someone eventually came forward, said they knew the photographer, that he had died 6 months ago in a car accident. The woman in the photos was his fiancée. I contacted her through the mutual friend. She said she had given away all his photography equipment after he died. Couldn't bear to buy it and look at it. Someone must have left the camera on public transit, and it ended up with us. She asked if I could send her the photos from the memory card, said she didn't have copies of many of them. I did, and she sent me a thank you note that made me cry. She said seeing herself through his eyes again, remembering how he saw her, was a gift she didn't know she needed. The camera itself we donated to a photography program for teens. His photos lived on with his fiancée, and his camera would help new photographers develop their own vision. What was lost found new purpose. A box of medals came in, military honors from World War II. Silver Star, Purple Heart, various campaign medals. The case also contained dog tags with a name I researched. The soldier had died in the 90s. His family's whereabouts were unknown. The medals sat in our storage, unclaimed. A veteran's service reduced to lost property. I contacted the local VFW and explained the situation. They helped me track down the soldier's grandson, who had been looking for these medals for years. His grandfather had given them to a VA hospital where he was being treated, and somehow they had been misplaced, eventually ending up in Lost and Found through a route no one could trace. The grandson cried when I called him. He had thought they were lost forever. When he came to pick them up, he told me stories about his grandfather, about his service, about the man behind the medals. He thanked me for caring enough to research to track him down, to make sure these honors found their way home. The medals had been lost for years, but they were never truly abandoned, just waiting to be reclaimed by someone who understood their value. A sketchbook came in filled with drawings, hundreds of sketches showing real talent. Fashion designs, mostly. Elaborate dresses and suits with fabric notes and construction details. Tucked in the back was an acceptance letter to a fashion design program in New York, dated from the previous year. I tried to find the artist through the school, but they had never enrolled. The registrar checked and said the student had been accepted, but had declined at the last minute. No forwarding information, no explanation. The sketchbook suggested someone with serious talent who had chosen not to pursue it, or who couldn't, for some reason. I kept the sketchbook longer than I should have, hoping the artist would realize it was missing and come looking. Eventually, I donated it to the same design school, thinking maybe a current student could use the inspiration. But I photographed every page first, preserving the work of an artist who might never create again. An old shoebox came in filled with photographs. No digital files, but actual printed photos, spanning decades. A family's history, weddings and births and holidays, and ordinary moments. 3 generations documented in fading color and black and white. How does someone lose a box of family photos and not come looking for it? I spent hours looking through the photos, trying to identify the family. Eventually, I found a photo with a business name visible in the background, an old store that had closed years ago. Through property records, I found the family that owned it. When I called, the woman who answered started crying. She said the photos belonged to her mother, who had dementia and was in a nursing home. They had been lost during the move to the facility, and the family had assumed they were thrown away by accident. She came to pick them up with her siblings, and they spent an hour in our office and looking through the photos, telling stories, laughing and crying. Their mother might not remember these moments anymore, but the photos would help the children remember, would keep the family's history alive. What was lost became found, and a family's past was restored to them. These items, and hundreds of others I've documented, have taught me something about letting go and holding on. Some things are left behind deliberately, symbolic rejections of past lives or past selves. Some are lost accidentally but never reclaimed because the owner has moved on, because the thing itself no longer matters. Some represent grief too painful to process. Some are abandoned by people who disappear from their own lives, but some are just lost, and their owners desperately want them back. Those are the cases where my documentation and research matter most, where I can reunite people with things that hold meaning beyond their monetary value. A grandmother's ring, a child's artwork, a parent's letters. Objects become repositories of memory and meaning, and losing them can feel like losing pieces of yourself. Working in Lost and Found has taught me to hold my own possessions more carefully, to be mindful of what I carry and why. But it's also taught me that things are just things, that the memories and meaning can exist without the physical objects. The violinist who left her instrument behind still has the music inside her. The business person who abandoned their briefcase still has the skills and knowledge. The child who gave away buttons still has the capacity for love and comfort that the bear represented. I'm the keeper of abandoned things, the documenter of lost stories, the bridge between what was left behind and what might be reclaimed. Every item that comes through our warehouse has a story, and I honor those stories by recording them, researching them, trying to understand the human moments they represent. The warehouse is full of unclaimed items, each one a mystery, a story, a moment when someone's grip loosened and something slipped away. I walk among them every day, touching the physical remnants of other people's lives, wondering about the stories I'll never know and cherishing the ones I've been able to piece together. I work at a Lost and Found department, and I've been documenting the stories behind items that were never claimed. It's taught me about loss and letting go, about meaning and memory, about the things we carry and the things we leave behind. Every unclaimed item is a small tragedy, or a quiet liberation, an accident, or a choice, a mystery I might solve, or one I'll simply preserve. The journal continues to grow item by item, story by story, mystery by mystery. And I continue my work, cataloging the lost things of the world, occasionally reuniting them with their owners, but more often simply bearing witness to the moment when something meaningful was left behind, and what came after.